have just done a member stream, actually, where we've been digging into some of these kind of thoughts on this show. There's some interesting thoughts out there about how this is going to play out. And genuinely, I don't know how this is going to play out, because I think there's a lot of different ways that this can go. I think there's a lot of different things that can happen in regards to King of the Ring, Queen of the Ring. We've got 2 semi-finals coming up on this show. So rather than chat away about it, we might as well look at it, because we do have the preview right here. So it's Oba, Dominik, King of the Ring. Yeah, Oba, Dominik, King of the Ring. I did actually put a question out. It's very rare for me to do it, but I did wonder where people's heads were in regards to this. So let's just move this over, because again, it's very rare for me to do it. But here you can see 74% of you think that Oba is going to get the win tonight. 26% think that it's Dominik. We had over 1,000 votes on that, which I thought was really good. The reason why I put this out is because we're at that semi-final stage now, and I thought this one was quite interesting, because is Brock Lesnar going to get involved tonight and cost Oba? Because we know it's 1-1. A lot of people are thinking there's going to be a third, although there was a very interesting conversation just on the member stream about that. I do find myself wondering if Brock does get involved tonight, and if he does that mean Dominik progresses to the final? Or does Brock get involved in the final, and then that means that Oba loses in the final? Or does Brock not get involved and Oba is going to go on to face Roman at SummerSlam? I mean, that feels like a massive monster match, of course. But then I do find myself asking the question, well, what are we going to do with Oba and Brock? I mean, do you do Oba Brock at Saturday night's main event? Is that where their third match comes to an end? But then surely that means Brock loses, and that means he loses just 2 weeks before SummerSlam, which doesn't make much sense. Because if Oba is going to go to the final of King of the Ring, that means that he is going to be at Night of Champions in the final of King of the Ring. Then that means if he wins, he's going to be fighting for the championship at SummerSlam. So when do we fit in a Brock match? I know there is this theory about we have Oba fight twice. I'm not crazy about it. I just think that, Oba, retiring Brock, if that's what he does, should be the big talking point, and then someone else should get the opportunity to fight on the second night. There's a lot of people that struggle to get onto pay-per-views using the same person twice, especially after having what I've got to think is going to be a brutal match against Brock on the Saturday, and then he goes and fights for the title on Sunday. I'm just not sold. So we could do it. I'm not saying they're not going to do it, but I don't know. I do find myself looking at this going, it feels like it's Oba. I mean, feels like it's Oba. Of course it does. Oba Dominik, there's only one winner, but Brock is a curveball. So 74%, 26. I wanted to know what people thought, and the people spoke. We might do that on Friday again, actually, because there are obviously the next semi-finals. I mean, I think actually we're looking at Liv Charlotte. I might do that. That's interesting. Who gets through Liv Charlotte? The other side is Jay and Javon. I think it's got to be Jay, surely. Surely. Unless it's Javon Oba final. It's so hard. Normally we can sit here and go, well, the dirt sheets are saying this, blah, 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 blah. I haven't heard anything about SummerSlam. The only thing I've heard is Rhea JC has been discussed. That's it. So it makes it really hard to know who's winning King of the Ring. If you'd have asked me before, I would have said Seth, and he's already out. So King and Queen of the Ring is just pretty bonkers. Didn't expect Liv to be in it. Didn't expect her to get through her quarterfinal. Didn't expect Seth to go out. I didn't expect Javon to progress. It's pretty crazy. There ain't no one that can tell me this is all predictable, because it feels like one of the most unpredictable King and Queen tournaments I've ever seen. So Oba Dominik, yeah. I'm looking at Oba, right, as well. But there is definitely a chance for Brock to get involved. Roman returns to Raw, so he's been away for a week. Roman returns to Raw. Then we've got Iyo battling Raquel. I almost went with that as the poll because I think that's quite close. I think you can make an argument for Raquel reaching the final, because if Raquel reaches the final, that means that on Friday, Liv knows that if she wins, she's got to face her teammate. And so that could be very interesting, like from a drama point of view. If Raquel gets to the final, it means that on Friday, Liv knows a win is going to put her on a collision course with her Judgment Day partner. So I think Raquel has got a great chance, but it's hard to pick against Iyo because it's Iyo. So, you know, she's arguably the greatest women's wrestler we've got right now. So, I mean, it's really difficult to pick against her. So, Iyo against Raquel, that's going to be hard. I think we will do a poll on that because that's going to be tricky. Let's do that poll now, actually. Which way do you think this one's going to go? Because I'm thinking Raquel has got a good chance, but Iyo is Iyo. Who wins? We've done the poll on the post thing for the men, so we'll do the poll here for the women. Raquel, Iyo, get your votes in now. Then we got Chad Gable seeking redemption against Rusev. So this is like babyface Chad. I'm quite interested to see where this goes. And then we got Charlotte. She takes on Roxanne Perez. I don't think there's really anything to that. That's just a match. So have we got a thing for it? Yeah. After an exchange on social media, Charlotte will take on Roxanne of Judgment Day just 4 days before the 14-time women's champ battles Liv. So I suppose this is just a warm-up match. She's going to be taking on Roxanne as she gets ready to take on Liv on Friday. So that'll be good. Liv Charlotte will be good on Friday. That'll make SmackDown a little bit more palatable. Chad's, I'm liking what we're doing with him. He's taking on Rusev. Iyo, Raquel, I think is very interesting. Get your votes in. Which way does that go? Roman is back. So, although main event Jey Uso has advanced to the semi-finals and Jacob has acknowledged the OTC and the Usos have not been playing well with each other, Roman is demanding that Jacob invite Solo back to the bloodline. That invitation was met with a hostile rejection. So is that what we're going to look at? Because it is true, Jacob did rock up on Friday to invite Solo back to the bloodline, and that invitation was declined. So is that what we're getting our teeth into? It does feel, doesn't it, like MFT's bloodline is on the horizon. How does that play into things for SummerSlam? Oba, Dominik colliding, King of the Ring. So there we go. That's the cards. Not bad. Two matches that really matter as we try and figure out who's getting to the final. Roman on the show. Chad Gable, I'm enjoying. Charlotte, Roxanne. I don't need it, but I'm not down on it. So there we go. Not bad. Not bad. It looks okay. I'm definitely up for this episode. So there we go. Big shout out to everyone that joined us yesterday as well. Yesterday, pretty bonkers with the UFC show. I know not everyone was interested in it, but those that watched it, I hope you enjoyed it. So we did that yesterday. Feeling pretty good, feeling a little tired compared to usual. I think it's probably because we don't normally do a Sunday stream. So I'm still feeling it a little bit. It took me a little while to wake up during the member stream, but thankfully I'm feeling much better. I'm feeling awake now. So that was good. And yeah, now we've got a full week. I don't know what we're doing on Saturday. If anyone's question is what are we doing Saturday, I haven't looked. So I don't know about Saturday, but we know that Night of Champions is just round the corner. Okay, here we go. Let's get stuck into some thoughts. Carl said, why do I feel that Jay is going to win King of the Ring? Was it ever explained why Liv was in the tournament when she's champ? Yeah, she said she wants to win it all. So she said that everyone was scared to step up to her, which I thought was weird because I don't believe that. I don't believe everyone is scared of Liv, but she said they were. And she said, as a result, she wants to win it all. She wants to become queen and, go into SummerSlam and challenge Rhea for the title. So that is the real reason why she's in it is yet to be determined. She's clearly in it for a storyline. She's in it because either Stephanie is going to come back and take her out, or she's going to lose to Raquel. That's going to cause drama and tension, maybe resulting on Liv turning on Raquel, and then Raquel turns around and said, "I'll see you at SummerSlam," or something like this, because it could be a Liv Raquel final with Raquel winning, and Liv thinks that Raquel's going to go after Rhea, but actually she ends up going after Liv, and that would then explain why Liv was in this thing. So I think the real reason why she's in this tournament is yet to be shown, but what the kayfabe reason, she said she wants it all, and everyone's scared of her, so she doesn't have anyone stepping up, which is, it just really makes the women's division look so useless that seemingly there is no one there that wants to call their shot. So I thought that was not a great reason that they gave. I mean, to be honest, she just shouldn't be in it. I'm sure we could have found a way of getting to Liv Raquel a different way if that is the plan. I don't even know that that's the plan. If Stephanie's going to take her out, I'm sure we could have done that a different way as well. So it's hard until we know what they've done it for, until they actually show their hand and show us why they did it. It's kind of hard to comment, but looking at the options of what could happen, I don't know that it was necessary. I mean, I agree. Everyone said, she's a champ. She doesn't need to be in it. I agree. Yeah. But the real reason why she's in it, we haven't yet seen. Jay winning, I think, is a possibility, yeah. Because we just spoke about Brock potentially taking out Oba. And I think if Oba gets eliminated, Jay has got to be the most likely to win. I don't see Dominik winning because I don't think him going after a world title at SummerSlam is that exciting. I think he feels quite cold to me. He doesn't feel like a very exciting world champion level opponent, right? Dominik does not feel main event worthy to me right now. He could be one day, but not right now. So that doesn't feel right. Javon doesn't feel right. I mean, Javon's exciting, but he's young, and I don't know. I'm not looking for him to get to a world title. I don't know if you lot are. Yes, I want him to get there eventually, but he doesn't need to get there now. So I think Jay feels like a former world champion, part of the Bloodline story. He feels to me like the most credible option outside of Oba. I would agree with you. I mean, I think that is on the table, potentially. But Oba has got to be the outright favourite. If we were to look at the bookies' odds, I think Oba would be the outright favourite right now. Connor said, days after we heard on SmackDown that Rhea was injured, but we don't know how long. Does it mean that Rhea might have to relinquish? Well, it depends how injured she is. There's been no update on it, so I think it's probably a bit too soon to be thinking about her relinquishing. But yeah, if it's serious, then yes. RTX said, do we think it's time to have a younger star win the main title on Raw or SmackDown? We keep having the same 5 people. No. I think that you can have someone new, but I don't know that needs to be a younger star. I don't know what we mean by younger star. I mean, technically Gunther is younger than Cody and Punk and Roman. So technically Gunther would be a younger star. But by younger star, I'm thinking you mean someone like Javon Evans, like a young star, young person. For me, I would not do that. I think the top title is a title that I know we've got 2 of them now, but I've kind of grown up with people like Mr. Perfect, Rowdy Roddy Piper, these kinds of names not winning the top belt. British Bulldog, I really wanted him to do it. He never won that top title. Owen Hart never won that top title. Jerry the King Lawler. I mean, the list goes on and on, right? Of people that never won that top title that are like some of the biggest stars in the history of WWE. I've from the very moment that I started watching WWE, that top title has always been the mountaintop, very prestigious. If you get it, it's a big honor. Do you know what I mean? There is no bigger level that you can get to. You can win it twice or three times, but to be honest, even that doesn't make sense. I mean, it obviously is going to be a better reflection of your work if you are a one-time champion for 20 years, as opposed to an 18-time champion, because that means you lost it, 17 times? So even the way that we sort of measure success is a bit strange. It does show longevity, though. I mean, someone like John Cena that was a 17-time champion, it means that he must have been around the main events consistently for a long period of time for him to have become a 17-time world champion. But, I mean, the alternative would be that he's just a one-time champion and held the belt for 20 years. That would have been even better. So the way that we measure success is a little bit strange. But for me, like, it's meant to be a challenge. It's meant to be a mountain. It's meant to you don't just get given like a world title, like, here, have a run with this. Like, you climb that mountain. I mean, someone like Javon needs a mid-card run. I really don't mind if he, fails a few times with, trying to win a world title and not quite getting there, not quite achieving it. I look at what we've done with Sammy. Look at the frustration people have got with LA Knight. Look at Cody desperately trying to finish his story. Like, I know that you don't have to keep doing that time and time and time and time again. I understand that sometimes you're going to get there and you're going to get there quicker. Sometimes you will get a Brock Lesnar that's going to get there quite quickly, But I don't feel that for like a Javon. I don't feel like that's the path Javon should take. I don't feel like that's really what we should do with a Bron Breakker. Because I think with Bron Breakker, he doesn't really feel like he's got it worked out yet to me. Bron Breakker doesn't feel like the finished article. Some people might say put the belt on him and that might do it. But I don't know, man. I feel like there's a piece that's missing with Bron Breakker. I think part of it is like when Oba comes out, I feel the aura. When Oba comes out, I'm like, oh, it's a bad man, But when Bron Breakker's music hits, I don't really feel that. I really don't feel it. And it's hard to put my finger on why. I think obviously the stop-start has not helped. I think he needs like a series of really good high-profile wins. I think he needs to beat some really good names. If he had beaten maybe like a CM Punk and a Sami Zayn and a Jey Uso and maybe got a win over Gunther, and there was a series of really good names on the resume of people that he's beaten, perhaps I'd feel different. And perhaps that's what's missing. If I went to Cage Match now and I look at like the singles matches that he's had and the wins that he's got, I don't know that it's going to be the strongest resume. So perhaps there's something to that. Perhaps he needs, that. I mean, he fell short against Seth, didn't he? He had that big match the other week on Raw and he fell short against Seth. That's the kind of thing that he needs to be getting wins in. But the reason why WWE isn't really booking him that way is because they still feel like something is missing. So I really don't know that chucking a world title on him is going to be the solution. So, yeah, it's hard. I think the truth is the reason why we keep using the same people is because these are the people that have got it worked out. These are the people that are delivering the numbers. These are the people that are, that have got it, promos, match quality, connection with the audience. And I think unless you're kind of showing that you are close to that and putting the belt on them can get them to that level, I think WWE are reluctant to do it. Because they tried it with Jay and it didn't work. They tried it with Damian and it didn't work. You could try it with Bron Breakker, but I don't know that it would work. So it's a tricky one. I think this is why I always liked the World Heavyweight title, just being that step below. I kind of liked that belt being that level because to me, it kind of felt like you could take a chance on someone to see if it would work or not. You could put the belt on LA Knight and there was still another level for him to go to. the World Heavyweight Championship is WrestleMania Night 1. The WWE Championship is WrestleMania Night 2. If you main event WrestleMania Night 1, yeah, you've main evented WrestleMania. I wouldn't say that you haven't. You have. But you still haven't done Night 2. And that is bigger. And it's like, if you're World Heavyweight Champion, well done. You're a world champion. It adds to the number. But there is a bigger belt for you to go to, So I think, like, in regards to that top title, the WWE Championship, I would really be nervous about putting that onto someone young. I could cope with it more being the World Heavyweight Championship. But if we're talking about youngsters like a Javon, or people that are like that age, I would really, I'd like to see them go through the system, really. I'd like to see them get to a mid-card and progress from there and get built up, That was quite long, wasn't it? Right. Kean said, Daze, hope you well. And you, buds. Did we hear that Roman has got backlash from UFC yesterday? Yeah, I'm not interested. Had my Jenna Ortega dad and Zac Efron 17 again film. Jenna is so gorgeous. Had my Jenna Ortega dad. I don't know what that means. Yeah, I'm not bothered about that Roman thing. I mean, Roman works for WWE that's owned by TKO. TKO've just put on a massive event at the White House. I mean, if you're a UFC fan, you'd love to have gone. If you are a member of TKO, they might even have asked you to have gone to have provided a bit of, like, star power. There was only 4,500 people that were there. So, to be invited to such thing would have been, an honor. I mean, you really would have to have a big, big issue. You'd have to be really politically minded to not go. You could make an argument it would be more political to not go than go. Because if you're going to refuse to go, you're probably refusing to go because you're so against Donald Trump. That would be, I mean, why would you refuse? Or, maybe you could say I'm just not that big of a UFC fan or something. I don't know. But, like, I don't know. This is one of those situations where you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't, which is why I just don't care. I don't care what people say. Do you know what I mean? If you go, you're upsetting one side. And if you don't go, you're upsetting the other sides. So just live your life, Just live I didn't think twice about streaming it. So, because again, if you don't stream it, because, I don't agree with Donald Trump, you're going to upset a load of people. And if you do stream it, then you're going to upset a load of people. So, I'm so frustrated at the fact that that was so politically charged. I really think that, like, what the world needs is it needs people being brought together. It needs, like, harmony, unity. We don't need so much division in the world. I mean, it's just not a good thing. This is not constructive. It's not helping. So I just think that I get why people are against it. And if you was passionately against it, that's fine. I have no issue with you whatsoever, right? I need to make that crystal. But I think for anyone to be having a pop at Roman for attending, I think that's wrong. I think it's really wrong. Because I just think it's division for the sake of division. I ain't got time for it. I didn't think twice about doing it. People can say that they're against it and not watch, but I think that for Roman to attend I didn't have any issue with it. I had no issue streaming it, no issue watching it. People enjoyed it. I think you can have issue with a couple of things that happened on it. I thought that Josh Hokett really let himself down. I'm looking for an event that's about bringing people together. I'm looking for an event that's about unity. I'm looking for an event that's going to celebrate America and America's history and on America's birthday. That's what the event was, and that's what it should have been. And I thought that one of the fighters making the comments that he made completely went against that vibe. I thought that was terrible. I physically was cringing on the stream as he was talking, because that was not kind of what I was after. But, everyone's entitled to their opinions. And as I said, if people chose not to watch it, I respect that. But I don't know, man. I think it's too far to have a pop at him and say he shouldn't have been there, because if he hadn't have gone and it came out that he was invited and he turned it down, that then becomes political. You're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. Connor said, "Did you see that Liv was spotted at a Netherlands-Japan game?" Yeah, someone told me on the stream yesterday. It was a good stream, says RBB. Shout out to you, buds. Yeah, I hope that if people watched it, they enjoyed it. And again, I have to repeat, if you chose not to because you're passionately against Donald Trump, or maybe you're passionately against an event like that being held on the White House lawn, yeah, you're entitled to that opinion, and I respect that. But I think it's a step too far to be having a pop at like Rome and whatever. I don't like Trump, but I did watch it. Not all of it. I did see Justin win the title. That was crazy in the main event. The guy who called Michelle a man, that was disrespectful. Yeah, that was just cringe. Again, I'm looking for an event, and I'm someone that, you know, there's nothing positive to be found with the amount of division. We can't get much more divided. Every time I go on YouTube, it's people arguing about just everything. You look on social media, it's people arguing about everything. Do you know what I mean? Like, you just want to escape from that. I mean, I'm sure you do. I do. I mean, we're quite fortunate in that when we watch wrestling, we don't have to talk about politics. We don't have to talk about Democrats, Republicans, blah, 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 right? I mean, it might pop up from time to time, but it doesn't pop up that much. And obviously, because of the setting yesterday, it was a theme. But to be honest, even during the stream, it didn't really pop up too much. You know, we were able to just enjoy the event. And I thought that they did a great job with it. I thought that it celebrated America really well. I thought that the little video packages going through the history of America, and there was some really great stuff. There was one video package which was about Americans daring to take that step forwards. And it showed like soldiers during World War II taking a step forward as they marched towards, you know, the Germans. Or on the moon, you got Neil Armstrong taking that step forward as he walks on the moon. And, you know, civil rights protests and people taking a step forward to stand up in what they believe in. And you're kind of watching that and you're like, this is good. This is really good. And then, you know, I mean, you kind of look online and you see some of the backlash and you're just like, oh my God, man. The whole world is just so divided. It's such a shame. I'm so grateful that we do wrestling and we can just escape it, you know? So, yes, we did the stream yesterday. We had a little glimpse into that world, and I'm pleased it's not a world that we have to operate in, to be honest, because although we did well, actually. I mean, I think people had fun with the stream, and the politics didn't get in the way, like, too much, so. Good. Right. I went to the Canada World Cup game on Friday. Trish was there. She's gorgeous, said Uncle Rebel. Very good. I actually thought your result was okay as well. I know that 1-1 would have been disappointing, but Bosnia are not a bad team. They actually knocked Italy out of the World Cup. So it was Bosnia, Italy, the winners were going to go to the World Cup. And Italy are like, you know, multiple-time champions, very proud footballing nation, got some really good players. And Bosnia beat them. So I knew that Bosnia were going to be a challenge. I knew that that was not going to be a straightforward game. And to get a point out of it, like, yeah, you'd have been disappointed to have lost. But you got something out of it. So I thought that was pretty good for Canada. America have looked really good in their game. 4-1 against Paraguay. Very impressive. I think they've been one of the most impressive teams that we've seen so far. The Spain result is mind-blowing. I cannot believe that Spain did not get the job done against Cape Verde. That is shocking. That's probably the biggest upset so far, I would say. 0-0 Spain, Cape Verde. I was shocked by that earlier today. Obviously the Germany result, but you're going to get that when a big team plays a team like Curacao or whatever. Really, that's what I was expecting Spain, Cape Verde to be. 5-0, 6-0. The fact it ended 0-0, mind-blowing. Scotland getting a brilliant result against Haiti, 1-0. My timeline is just full of Scots celebrating in Boston. I sent Tommy an email, actually, asking him, like, is it crazy round by you? Because, like, all I'm seeing are the Scots partying in Boston. And Yeah, there was a brilliant video of them at Fenway Park at the baseball. Load of Scots went along and they were just singing along to all the songs, having a party. And you've just got the locals kind of like looking over at the Scots who are just there. Just So I do think the World Cup has snuck its way into the average American's life somehow. Now that the finals are over, of course, and the Knicks have won, I'd imagine it'll get a bit more coverage now. But yeah, it's been pretty good so far. There's been some shock results. There's been some great performances. I think the USA doing well is obviously great news. That'll get people a bit more interested. Canada with a tough game, but they got a result. I'd quite fancy them to, get some wins in their next games. England yet to play. They play on Wednesday. Tough game against Croatia. It could be a draw. England might edge it. I've got England winning 2-1, but that might be wishful thinking. Croatia got to the World Cup final, not last time, but the time before. So I mean, they're a wily team. They're a hard team to break down. They really do know their stuff. So that's going to be tricky for England, but I don't know. It's a good England team. I'm looking forward to that game. That's Wednesday. I don't even know who plays later tonight, actually. There's another game that's coming up tonight. And who have we still got to see? We've still got to see France. We haven't seen France. The French could put on a show. I think they're playing Senegal, are they? And Senegal is still to go. Obviously, England is still to play. Portugal is still to play. So, I mean, there's still some big hitters coming up. So, yeah, keeping an eye on the World Cup. It's really good. Marvelin said, I'm trying to send a super chat, but it's not working. Don't know, but that one came through. Just pop in whatever. I'll try and read it. I'll try and get to it. No guarantees, though. The complaints about FIFA refusing to show the replay of an offside for a penalty against Switzerland, said Davids. I haven't seen like all of the incidents. I mean, I know there's been a couple of things. There's another one as well, isn't there, where there's like a guy that's done this hand gesture. Apparently it's like a white supremacy type thing. I mean, I don't know of it. I don't know. I mean, apparently it can also mean okay. So apparently he did that in the VR room and he was one of the refs and it's being investigated. I don't know what the flip's going to come of that. I don't know why you need to do any sort of hand gesture. So I don't know what the hell's going to come out of that. So, I mean, there's that controversy. There was another controversy of mistaken identity where I think someone got a yellow card maybe and they shouldn't have. So, I mean, there's controversy there. So, I mean, there's a few controversies from the games that we've had so far. But, yeah. To be honest, I'm not really getting a chance to watch the games. I'm just looking more at the results. I did watch a little bit of Egypt and Belgium tonight. I was watching that. I suppose it was okay. I think it finished 1-1. Someone just said Iran, New Zealand, said Connor. Well, that'll be interesting, won't it? Iran are going to play tonight at 2 a.m. That'll be interesting to see what reaction they get. Saudi, Uruguay are on now. Saudi, Uruguay. It's not a banger, is it really? Saudi Arabia, that'll be interesting. What's the score? 0-0 at the moment. Saudi Arabia against Uruguay. Dream match. Absolute dream match. Oh, the VAR. Is this, when did this drop? 7 minutes ago. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. Oh, is it? Is it? Was he just doing that? Maybe. I don't know, man. The video assistant. I mean, look, it's here on the BBC. So the VAR official says his hand gesture was an involuntary subconscious twitch. This hand gesture here is really causing issues. They just momentarily cut to him and he just did this hand gesture. But I wonder if he was doing something like... And it's just caught him doing that. I don't know, man. Video assistant referee Sean says an okay hand signal was involuntary. He said he was unaware that he was making the hand movements. The Australian could be seen making the fingers with an okay hand gesture, it can be harmless, but the other interpretation is an expression of white supremacy. They found no evidence of a breach of the FIFA code. Wow. Don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know why you need to be doing that at all. They only momentarily cut to him as well. I mean, it's only like, let's check in and see who's in the VAR booth, and the camera just goes and they just stand there and smile. You ain't got to do anything. You ain't got to do any. You ain't got to do that. You ain't got to do anything. Just have your hands down or folded or like... I don't know, man. I don't know. So there's a few controversies around the World Cup at the moment. Why can't we just come together and be united? Why is everything so divisive? I'm watching on ITVX. It's a minute or two behind. The live chat will end up mentioning a goal before I see it, says Davids. I don't know that too many people are that engaged, to be honest, in Saudi Arabia, Uruguay, so you might not have to worry too much. There's a high chance that he's a Satanist and that is a symbol for 666. And all the celebrities used as well are not just white. Black celebrities bring that symbol into popular culture, said Rondo. I think he was... Listen, I'm going to go on a limb. I think he was trying to summon the devil. That's what I think he was trying to do. I think you're right. I think that he took his opportunity to be on TV so that he could summon Beelzebub. So, I don't know, man. I woke up to that news. And 7 minutes ago, they've just reported he's said it's nothing. You know, I didn't even know I was doing it. But it's been the talk of the town today, that. Right, Daze, we've all seen you doing your Illuminati hand gestures. Yes, but I'm a Grand Emperor, so I have to send out messages. I don't recognize that guy. That guy's not in the group. Yeah? I'm a Satanist. And, I like to throw out my hand gestures as well to try and, summon up the demon. Hasn't worked yet. But, I'm a Grand Emperor. I'm a Grand Wizard when it comes to the Church of Satanism. But I've never seen him at any of our meetings. So, I don't know what the flip he's doing. He's just an amateur. Yeah. To be honest, that's what offends me more. Is the fact that, he's not even doing it correctly. So, what a clown. There was a man that was accused of stalking Liv Morgan. He's been found not guilty by reason of insanity. I did see that. I don't know the details of it, but I saw his picture doing the rounds online earlier. Kian said, I got a DVD of Jenna films that I've got to catch up with. I heard the games have been great. I've got a Spider-Man ornament that's coming. Jenna Ortega phone case. You don't want to... I wouldn't go too OTT with Jenna stuff. You don't want to be getting like a Jenna t-shirt, Jenna phone, Jenna. Do you know what I mean? That might be... If you go to a pub or you go out, you want to just wear, maybe one piece to show appreciation. But I'm just starting to get worried that you're going to have Jenna glasses, Jenna cap, Jenna jacket, Jenna t-shirt, Jenna pants, Jenna socks, Jenna shoes, Jenna watch, Jenna necklace, Jenna phone case, a Jenna drone flying next to you that's got like a hologram of Jenna Ortega floating above it, And I do wonder that if you do all of that, will people start to look at you and think, oh, that's weird? Do you know what I mean? It might just cross that line. Because there is a line, and what I've just said might be where people start going, oh, that's strange, if you do all of that. It might be better just to have one piece, like me, but, oh, what's that? Is that a Jennifer phone? Oh, that's fun. Do you know what I mean? Are we going to see you in court being charged with stalking offences? And then we're all going to go, do you know what? the clues were there all along, to be honest. Is that where we're heading? It feels like it's where we're heading. I feel like we're all going to be questioned by the police. Like, were there any signs that he was ever going to do this? And it's like, do you know, there was actually. There was. He did mention her a lot, actually. And he did buy a lot of Jen. Every time he came in the stream, there was something new. And the signs were there. We probably should have done something about it. I don't want to be in that boat. Don't put me in that boat. Don't put me in that position where I'm reading on the news, you know, an avid member of the Wrestling Daze community committed a horrific crime today. I'm like, oh, God, this is such terrible press for our streams. I suppose what I'm saying, Kian, is think about this community, think about this channel, and just remember that your actions are going to reflect on us. Well, just think about that. Kian said, I've already worn my Jenna Ortega shirt to the pub. My dad didn't notice. I got a Wednesday shirt the other day. I got a book as well, and I can't wait for her other projects. Yeah, that's fine. So it's fine to wear a shirt, but I'm just saying, maybe just keep it one piece max, you know? You've got the shirt, so that means we don't take the phone case. We don't take the drone. We don't take, you know, we don't wear the face mask. Do you know what I mean? Like, we keep it one piece max. That would be my advice. Every time we go out, what piece of Jenna are we gonna, you know, are we gonna take the t-shirt? Are we gonna take the phone case? Are we gonna take the book? Maybe we're gonna have a read of it. I would approach it that way. I think that's the right side of fandom. I worry that you're going to be decked out from head to toe. Do you know what I mean? I think it's a slippery slope. I really do. I think it's a slippery slope. I think this is how it starts. Casey said, I almost broke and bought a kiddie pool for me and the kids the other day because I can't take this heat anymore. Casey, shout out to you. The idea of you splashing around in a kiddie pool is pretty wild. I can just imagine Casey in this tiny pool, just trying desperately to get some water on us. It's quite the visual. Daze, did you see or hear that someone has got Rhea's personal cell phone number? Buddy Murphy. He should wear Wrestling Daze merch. Yes. Yeet King, I think you've touched on something really interesting there. I think the truth is I'm actually jealous. So I'm not so worried about Jenna Ortega and about like the fact that something bad might happen. I think I'm more jealous that Kian is willing to stan her than me and this community. And I think that's what it actually comes to. I think you've nailed it. I think you've nailed it. I think it's my own insecurities that are shining through. So, very true. Connor said, Daze, did you hear that Drew McIntyre is reportedly not expected back on TV soon because he's been circling some other Hollywood projects? I did. I don't know what those projects are, but there was one that was mentioned, actually. There was one that I saw that said... I don't think it was that long ago. Here. The Last Druids. He's been confirmed to star in a new Russell Crowe action movie, The Last Druids. I know it's not important as well, but can we just talk about the hairline of... Look at this. Look at this. I mean, I know that he's obviously got challenges, but... I don't know what you do with a hairline like that. It seems like it's quite far back, doesn't it? It seems like it's about here. I mean, I don't know what you do there. I'll tell you what you don't do. You don't lean forward like this in a picture like he's doing, because that just makes it look worse. Do you know what I mean? If anything, you do that. Kind of lean back so that it kind of takes it away. Here is like leaning forward in the picture. And I know it's not important. I know it's not what I should be thinking about when I read this article. But it was. That is exactly what I was like. You're not doing yourself any favors, girlfriend, right? Because that is not a good shot. And I think it's all to do with his positioning, really. So just a bit of free advice to him, to be honest, if he is watching. If he is watching, then next time you have a picture, just bear it in mind. Maggie said, that's some good advice. Well, I'm just trying. I think, you know, in this world, you can try and make the world a bit of a better place by just, you know, little small fixes here and there. I'm just playing my part. That's all. Big E is writing a book about his life, his career, and his battles with mental health, and the book is scheduled to be released in early 2027. Right, Daze, Saudi Arabia have scored. Yes. Let's go. This is, I must admit, this is a match I'm not really too bothered by. You know, I don't feel much warmth for Saudi Arabia. Uruguay, I don't know, man. I'm not sure that Uruguay are a team that I really care about. At least with Belgium and Egypt, my folks go to holiday on Egypt. I went to Egypt the other year. We did streams from Egypt, actually. So I was kind of rooting for them. I was thinking about the people I'd met in Egypt, people that worked at that hotel complex. I was like, I hope they get it. They were winning as well, and then it was 1-1. And, like, obviously Spain, Cape Verde, that's crazy. Germany winning 7-1 is crazy. I wanted Scotland to win. I wanted Canada to win. I wanted USA to win. I wanted Mexico to lose so I could wind up Fanny next time I speak to her if she's ever on again. But yeah, I don't know. Saudi Arabia, Uruguay. I can't really say I'm rooting for anyone on this one. I just hope everyone has a lovely time. Days, it's Pride Month. You've got to root for Uruguay, at least, said Cleveland Brown. Well, I hope they have a gay old time. I really do. Well done to Curacao on scoring their first ever World Cup goal, says Connor. That is definitely a silver lining, isn't it? Yes, you got beat 7-1, but you got a 1. Isn't there? Hey? There was a 1 that was in there. That guy looks like a creep, said James. He does, actually. He does. And I believe he is a creep, so, you know. I can't say that I'm too sorry about the fact that he got his pose wrong, actually. But if he is watching, he'll know for the future. Goober said, I posted a pic of Where's Waldo wearing a Cody jacket, and it says, easy to beat, hard to find. Nice. David said, I got to remind myself not to drink too much when I'm watching Night of Champions because the third England game's on after. Is it? Is it? Third England game's on after Night of Champions. Do you know, I've not done that. I've not actually sat down and gone, right, that's there. I just know the next one's Wednesday, and I think it's on at a reasonable time. So I don't think there's any issue with me watching it. Yeah, 9 o'clock. That means it'll be... Oh, is there an issue with me watching it? What do we do on a Wednesday? We do Wrestle Feuds. Wrestle Feud is on at 10. This game starts at 9. Ah, that means I'm going to miss the second half. Stupid community with your stupid needs. Panama, England is on at 10, yeah. Tuesday, England, Ghana are on at 9. Might move the member stream that day, to be honest. I'm going to miss second half of Croatia game. It'll be on in the background. Oh, the things I do for you, eh? The things I do for you. Yeah, that's Wednesday. England, Croatia on Wednesday. England, Ghana following Tuesday. And then the 27th, you're right. Is it the 27th, Night of Champs on the Saturday, is it? When's Night of Champs? Night of Champions. 27th. But it's on after it, right? That'll be a quick breakdown. Guys, welcome to the breakdown for Night of Champions. It sucked. Bye. That'll be it. And then I'm going to run away and watch England. I'm just going to say 2-1 England against Croatia, said Connor. I'd snap your hand off for that now. Snap your hand off for it. Tomorrow's games are going to be France, Senegal, and Iraq versus Norway. That'll be good. I mean, Norway are a decent team. They should get the win against Iraq. France should get past Senegal, but I mean, tricky. Senegal are a good side, one of the best teams in Africa. So that is not going to be easy work for France. But the French, are one of the best teams at this World Cup. So I could see them getting 2-0, 3-1, something like that for France. But it could be a draw. Iraq, Norway, I think Norway will take that quite comfortably. So, but it should be good. Looks like some more fun games tomorrow. Goober said Americano should challenge Dominik to mask versus mask. If Dominik wins, he gets the Americano mask. If Americano wins, Dom has to permanently wear a mask to cover up that mustache. Daze, the book is about the Kian Jenner problem to the police. Daze says the signs were there, but it was jealous. Oh, what? That's what Biggie's book's going to be about. Yeah. Makes sense. Dean said, I was at my stepdaughter's choir concert last week, and the teacher played Never Gonna Give You Up by Rick Astley at the end. We literally got rickrolled. That's nice. That is nice. Paul said Spain, France, England are 3 favourites. Yeah, I think England are like 3rd or maybe 4th. I wasn't that impressed with Brazil the other day. A lot of teams do start slow, though, and they kind of get better as the tournament goes on. So I think, wasn't it like last time when Argentina won, they lost to Saudi Arabia in the very first game? I mean, you wouldn't have looked at that and gone, oh, they're winning it. So, I mean, this happens all the time. Don't get caught out by that. Teams can start slow and then, get better and work things out. And I suppose, play more as a team the more they play together. So, yeah, these first rounds, you can get some upsets. I mean, you can always get an upset. But, Spain will be fine. Brazil will be fine. They'll click into gear. But it's just interesting that, Brazil had a tricky game against Morocco, actually. I think Morocco are only literally a place below them in the rankings. I think Brazil are 7th and Morocco are 8th in the world. So, I mean, it was not an easy game for Brazil. But I wasn't really blown away by what I saw. I didn't look at it and go, I'd hate for England to play them. I was like, bring it on. Bring it on. We might not win, but I'm not sure. I don't see us getting battered. So, yeah, it's been really interesting. I've enjoyed it so far. Right, should be a good game. I'm keeping my fingers crossed, said Maggie. Wrestling has just never been the same since moving from NYC to LA. The time change really changes the feel of wrestling. 8 p.m. is much better than 5 p.m. I can understand that, actually. I've never quite understood how it's worked for our friends on the West Coast because I don't think it's shown live, is it, on the West Coast? I think it's still shown later. So if you're a wrestling fan on the West Coast, you have to sort of avoid social media. I don't know if that's the case now, but historically, I've had people in comments saying, I can't believe you've put this out. It's a spoiler, blah, blah, blah. It's like, dude, it's aired. It's aired in the UK. It's aired on the East Coast. We can't wait for everyone around the world to kind of get to the show. So I don't know. I don't know what the situation is with the West Coast. It has always been a little bit strange over there. It's basically on a 3-hour delay, said Rapturous. There are ways, if you're on the West Coast, said Misty. Oh, yeah, I believe that. VPNs and whatnot, yeah. I believe that. Still, though, do you know what I mean? If you're at work and you don't finish till 5 and it starts at 5, I mean, you must just have your routine, mustn't you? You must just, be able to... It's like me. I mean, I was not always able to watch Raw and SmackDown live when I was at work. I mean, but I had my routine of just, avoiding spoilers, not checking my phone for results or whatever. I mean, I never really used social media anyway, so that was never a problem. and then I'd get back and watch it when I got back on Tuesday. So I mean, I suppose you just have your system, don't you? David said the June 29th episode of Raw is going to start 2 hours earlier due to SmackDown being taped afterwards. Yeet King said Roman is going to tell Jacob off tonight, but Jay needs to calm down a bit because he's acting like a heel, bossing Jacob around. Jimmy seems to be okay with Jacob. That's true, Yeet King. That is true. Connor said, here's a question. What do we think that Ray's daughter, Aaliyah, might make? When? Not for a long time, because, I mean, she doesn't have any kind of wrestling experience, and I don't know that they're going to shove her straight onto the main roster like they did Dominik. I think it would make a lot more sense for her to go through NXT. I think Dominik sort of benefited from the fact that it was the pandemic. I mean, he made his in-ring debut at SummerSlam. So I think that because it wasn't a live crowds, and because, there was maybe a bit more of an opportunity to kind of work with him and there not being as much noise around. And do you know what I mean? Like, I think it was a very different time. And so I think you was able to kind of do something with him you wouldn't really do now. So I think with her and live crowds and the extra nerves that come with that, I think you'd probably want it to go through NXT. I'd want to see her go through NXT. I think Dominik should have gone through NXT. I think he's done a lot of learning on the main roster, and I think he's in, a good place. But in those early years, I think he would have really benefited from, Performance Center and actually kind of, that kind of intense training. So, I don't think we'll see her for quite a while. I mean, at the moment, she's just doing a little bit of training. I mean, they would snap her up. I don't think her getting signed is a problem. She's the daughter of Rey Mysterio. I mean, it's so marketable. You've got an instant connection with the fan base. But the problem you've got as well is, because that door is easy to open and easy to walk through, it might also get held against you. Because it was held against Charlotte. Charlotte kind of got in because she's Ric Flair's daughter. And that, people don't like Charlotte, and it's been held against Charlotte. Like, you don't belong here. You shouldn't be a wrestler. You're only here because you're Ric Flair's daughter. She's heard that throughout her whole career. And, Aaliyah could run the risk of hearing that throughout her career as well. You've got to be good. But I would say Charlotte was good, You got to be... You got to be good. You can't just... And we've seen a lot of people like Mr. Perfect's son didn't make it, We've seen a lot of people that are the sons or daughters. Look at Ted DiBiase Jr. I mean, he was fine, but, he didn't kind of kick on, if you will. So there's lots of people that are sons or daughters of wrestlers. It's not like an automatic guarantee that you're going to be the next big thing. So I think for me, bring her in. Let's see how she does. Basically treat her like every other girl. Yes, she's more marketable. Yes, that door is easily opened for her to get in. But you got to walk the walk. I mean, you've got to walk the walk. You've got to be able to get in and actually do this. I mean, look at Ava. Look at The Rock's daughter. She came in and seemingly had her struggles with wrestling. And then, she was kind of in that GM role. And, now she's decided, actually, I just don't think this is for me. I don't know what she's doing now. I'm really not sure as to what she's up to or where life's going to take her. But, it didn't work out. I mean, who's more marketable than the daughter of The Rock, I mean, that's hard as well, though. It's a blessing, but it's also a curse. Because if you're the daughter of The Rock, you're expecting to be blown away when you watch them. So, I mean, it's a high bar that you've got to reach. If she's the daughter of Rey Mysterio, you're not going to accept someone just being okay. I mean, she's going to have to be, like, amazing. I mean, it's hard. It's going to be really hard for her. It's going to be difficult. So, yeah, I think have her go through the Performance Center, have her learn, have her spend time in NXT, just like Charlotte did. Have her kind of go through that system. So I don't think you'll be seeing her anytime soon. Rapture said, I think it's unlikely, but do we think Javon could do what Randy did and become the youngest world champion at SummerSlam? I don't know. I wouldn't do it. I'm not a fan of... I've got a fly here that's really bugging me. Yeah, I wouldn't do it. Because I wouldn't be looking to break that record for the sake of breaking that record. Could he do it? Well, yeah, I mean, he's still in the tournament, isn't he? Maybe you could set up a thing where it's like, could he become... I don't even know if he can do it now, though. I don't even know if he is able to break that record. Well, how old was Randy when he did it? Javon Evans. Javon Evans is 22 and 2 months. Randy was... How old was Randy when he won it for the youngest age? For WWE to award the opportunity at... he's 24? Wow, 24. Oh, well, I think Javon could break it then. I thought he was younger than that. I thought that he was younger. I don't know why. I had about 22 in my head. So, 24. So, yeah, I think if he's just turned 22, I think Javon has got a chance of breaking it. I wouldn't do it at this SummerSlam, though. I mean, he could go for it and fall short, but we've still got a buffer there, haven't we? We've still got a buffer. That's really interesting. I really didn't know that he was that old. So I don't know, in my mind, I had him at like 22. Youngest wrestler to win World Championship. Where's the... I'd like a list. I would like a list. Wow, Pedro Morales was only 28 when he won the championship. Brock was 25 when he won. And then that was beaten by Randy, who was 24. That's interesting, that is. Interesting. Yeah, I wouldn't put it on Javon right now, personally. I don't think him winning a world title is right. I don't think it's been built up or anything like that. I think he's fun, but yeah, I think we can do a bit more cooking. And actually, looking at that, it looks like we've got plenty of time. Javon's 22. The record is 24. So, I mean, yeah, he could be the youngest world champion. And he doesn't even need to get it at SummerSlam. He could get it at Mania, couldn't he? Or next year's SummerSlam. That's interesting, that is. Yeah, rapturous. Interesting. Will said, if England get to the final, will you stream it? If it doesn't fall on a day of UFC or wrestling? Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. World Cup final is the 19th of July at 8 o'clock. I don't think there is anything on that point. Maybe. If there's nothing else on, I mean, that'll be the biggest thing, and I'd imagine everyone will try and avoid it. Because, yeah, I mean, there's no big UFC show. The UFC show that night is just a fight night. I don't think... When's Saturday night main event? When's that? Is that weekend? Saturday night's main event is the 18th. So is the 19th a Sunday? Is the World Cup final on a Sunday? World Cup final 2026 is the 19th. So is that a Sunday? Let's have a look. Yeah, it is. So the 18th is Saturday night's main event. The Sunday is the 19th. I don't know that we're going to do the World Cup final because we're not a football channel. We don't have a football community, but I'm sure there will be people that would still be interested. So maybe. I don't want to commit to that because it's not something that I've given any thought to. So I'll just leave it at maybe. For Night of Champions needs every title to be on the line, said Goober. Weeks leading up to it should have Rumble matches where any former champ for a title can enter. You can have old favourites show up and you could make it fun, says Goober. Real John said, I think there's a real chance that Brock costs Oba tonight. David said, yeah, it is Sunday. Will says Sunday. Aaron said the Egypt game was very good. Yeah, I was watching that. I watched a bit of it. I saw the 2 goals. I was disappointed Egypt didn't win, actually. I went on holiday there and we were talking about, like, you know, I bet the people in the restaurant and whatever, this person, that person, I bet they're celebrating right now. It's kind of nice when you've got some sort of connection to a country, you know. So my parents love going there. They love going to Egypt. They love going to this same resort. Apparently even the waiters and whatever now are like, oh, you're back again. Like, they've been about 5 or 6 times. It's just perfect. The weather's perfect. The villas are perfect. Everything's perfect. They just love it. So, yeah, we were watching, kind of rooting for Egypt, but it wasn't to be 1-1 draw. I think the World Cup final on the 19th is at MetLife. Yeah, New York, New Jersey, yeah. Will said could do a poll closer to the time. Who do we think's going to win the World Cup, says Bruce. Well, my pick before was, I did the whole bracket, and my pick was Spain-Portugal final. I think with France, I've just got some questions about their defence. That's the only thing, really, is I sort of, their attacking line is amazing. But I do look at, like, some of their defenders, and I'm like, I don't think it's the strongest defence in the world. I think Spain has got, I think Spain is a pretty amazing all-round, actually. I mean, they've always been a team that have struggled to score goals, but they seem to have fixed that in recent years. They've got Ferran Torres, and they've got a few players now. But then today they draw 0-0 with Cape Verde. And all of a sudden, the old demons kind of show themselves again, where they're struggling to score goals. And you go, oh, maybe I've got this wrong. Perhaps they haven't figured it out, you know. But again, we see teams struggle at the first games. I mean, I remember France losing to Senegal back in, I don't know, was it 98? And that being like the opening game, and they lost 1-0. I remember that being a massive shock at the time. Big upset. And then Saudi Arabia beating Argentina, I think it was 2-1. I think it was the last World Cup. So, I mean, you do get this where you get these kind of results in the first games, as it just takes those bigger teams a bit of a time to kind of get going. So, I don't know. Spain was my pick. I quite fancied Spain. They just won the Euros. They dominated every team in the Euros. They dominated England in the final. And I don't know, man. I just think it's going to be so hard to get past Spain. And I just have questions about France's defence. I mean, for me, I had Spain, France in the one semi-final. The other semi-final, I had England, Portugal. Those were the 4 teams that I had getting through. I had USA doing well, but I think USA have to play like a France or a Germany or someone, and that's where I had USA going out. So semi-finals were France, Spain, England, Portugal, and with my honest hat on, I said, I think Spain will get past France. I think Portugal will get past England. I think we could have a Spain-Portugal final. And there is something special about that because last time, it was Messi getting to the final, and it was really Messi's World Cup. Is this going to be the Ronaldo World Cup? Is this going to be Portugal winning it? I can't give you a good reason why Portugal can't. Portugal are flying under the radar at the moment. No, they're not like this, top 3-4 team. But, I mean, they're solid all round. They got an amazing defence. They got the best midfield in this World Cup. Up front, they've got Ronaldo. Perhaps it's up front they're struggling a little bit. They've got Bruno Fernandes, though, who's arguably the best player in the Premier League last year. And then, it's not bad to have Ronaldo maybe coming off the bench. I don't know if he starts, but have him come off the bench and have like 20 minutes of magic, Ronaldo magic. If you're a team that's been zapped in the heat and there's 20 minutes left and all of a sudden the other team's bringing Ronaldo on, do you know what I mean? They've got such a great chance in this World Cup. So, yeah, I was looking at that. But I think, France are absolutely in the mix. I think England are in the mix. I really do. I think England are in the mix. I think they've got a really good manager. England have got to the quarterfinals last time, semi-finals the time before. They've got to the final of the Euros the past 2 occasions. They just need that little missing piece to sort of take that next step. And a lot of people are wondering, is it the new manager that can do it? So I think England definitely are worth keeping an eye on. David said the Raw on June 29th is going to start 2 hours earlier due to SmackDown being taped immediately afterwards. David, thank you. LS Dub, shout out to you. I hope you're well. LS Dub in the house. Hello. I like Too Cool Style, said Will. I think we're going to do it this year, said Pete Ivy. 3 lions on a shirt. I brought EA FC 26, said Robbie. I've got Ronaldo and Messi on the same team. Will said England-Spain is my final prediction. I wouldn't fancy England's chances. I think Spain are so technical that I just the only thing you can do with Spain is they're going to have the ball and they're going to pass the ball around and they're going to create. You've just going to have to hope that they don't get the ball in the net, which is what's happened today against Cape Verde. They've dominated the game. They've had chance after chance after chance. The goalkeeper's pulled off some great saves. And they've just managed to go 90 minutes without getting the ball in the net, which is the aim of the game. So, 0-0 against Cape Verde is mental. That is a mental result. So, yeah, that is crazy. So, yeah, I think Spain are going to be very hard to beat. Very, very hard to beat. If a team's going to knock Spain out, it's probably penalties. I just can't see that defense getting breached. I think Spain are going to dominate games. Really, the only thing you could do is just hope that you don't concede, take it to penalties and try and win a penalty shootout and try and knock them out that way. But, that's the same as going into a fight and just having like a puncher's chance, It's not that you're going to be competitive. It's not that you're going to dominate them and beat them up or whatever. It's just, can you throw a shot that's going to hopefully knock the other person out? You're just going to swing and hope for the best. I think that's all you can do against Spain. Even today against Cape Verde, as we said, they battered Cape Verde, but they just could not get that ball in the net. And maybe there's a blueprint there. Perhaps people can watch that game and take some lessons from it. I don't know. I wouldn't be ruling Spain out after today's result. But it was a shocker. I'm assuming Ivory Coast match and Cape Verde match were considered upsets. Ivory Coast a little. They beat Ecuador, didn't they? So Ecuador aren't the biggest of teams, but they had a good qualifying. I think a lot of people might not have been too shocked about Ecuador because I think a lot of people might not have known how well Ecuador did in their qualifying. So I think if you know about football, yes, Ivory Coast winning was an upset. I think if you don't really follow football that close, you just tune into the World Cup. Ecuador, Ivory Coast, it's one of those where you go, I don't know, I don't really know these teams. I don't know who's meant to win, might be a draw. So Ivory Coast winning might not have shocked the average person. But yes, Ecuador did amazing in qualifying and I expected them to win because I know football. And the Cape Verde one was an even bigger shock. You don't even really need to know about football to know that Cape Verde drawing 0-0 with Spain is bonkers. So yeah, it's been fun. Honestly, there's been really fun results. I mean, we've had big scores. We've had USA doing well. We've had drama. with Haiti almost scoring an equaliser against Scotland, and the Scottish fans losing their mind in Boston. It's been, upsets, and it's been good. So I hope people have been enjoying it. Right. Alex said it feels too obvious that Santana's going to lose and leave. I'm complaining. I'm not complaining because I want him to have a run in WWE. I'd love for him to come in to WWE. I'm a big Santana fan. Big thumbs up from me. Tunisia have sacked their manager. Have they? What, just during a World Cup? Tunisia have sacked their manager. Who's going to replace him during a World Cup? Is this true? Why would you sack your manager after one game at the World Cup? That is crazy. Let me have a look at that. Tunisia. By the way, we can talk. They did lose 5-1 to Sweden. And they still have got to play Japan and Netherlands. I mean... yeah. Tunisia sack head coach after losing an opening match. Tunisia have sacked their head coach. And he's going to get replaced on oh my God, imagine that. Imagine you're that coach who has to go back to the hotel and pack your bags now because you're leaving the World Cup because you've just been sacked after the first game. Oh, mate, that is moody. That is moody. What's a new manager going to do anyway? I mean, how are Tunisia going to be beating Japan and Netherlands? I mean, surely they're losing all 3 games and going home. I don't know what a new manager's meant to do. That's crazy. I've never heard of that. I don't think I've ever heard of a manager losing their job during the World Cup. Marvelin said the problem with Braun is he's extremely predictable, generic, and unoriginal. Do you know, Marvelin, it's really interesting because we were just talking, actually, and I feel like there's people that are going to disagree with this point. That is absolutely fine. I do not need everyone to agree with everything I say, right? Rarely does anyone agree with anything I say, but I am a fan of people being built up to get to a championship. I'm not a fan of this fast tracking to belts. I've been critical of it happening to the women, you know, Sol Ruka just quickly getting to a belt. I'm not a fan of it. And I'm not a fan of, like, you know, us putting a belt on Julia so quickly and putting a belt on Stephanie so quickly. And it's just, it feels like it's not deserved, like you haven't really put the work in for it. I know you can make the argument they have outside of WWE, but I haven't watched them outside of WWE. A lot of people don't just start wrestling the second they arrive to WWE. A lot of people that join WWE have done it outside of WWE. So, yes, it's been a journey, but really, you know, my visibility of them really starts when they join WWE. So, I kind of want to see that climb. I want to see the work. I want to see the grind. I want to see the effort. I want to see the obstacles. I want to see the journey. Not just, here's a belt, you know? And we've been talking about, like, Bron Breakker. I mean, he's been in the system a little while now, so he is definitely at the point where if you put a world title on him, I wouldn't complain because he's gone through NXT. He's been on the main roster a couple of years now. He's obviously the leader of the vision, if you will. He's had a championship match earlier this year in January where he fell short. I mean, Bron Breakker is at the point where really... yeah, we should be having the conversations about him being a world champion soon, right? So I don't really include him in that conversation of, you know, he's been rushed to a belt. But it still doesn't feel right. It still doesn't feel right. I don't look at Bron Breakker and feel like he's going to get a world title soon because it still doesn't feel right. He still doesn't feel world championship material. Some people would say put the belt on him and, you know, a bit like we did with JC in NXT, like put the belt on him and it's sink or swim, you know? But I would make the argument we've done that a couple of times recently and people have sunk. We put the belt on Jay and we put the belt on Damien and it didn't really work for either of those. And I don't know that if you put the belt on Bron Breakker, that he's now all of a sudden going to find that missing aura. Because I think there is some missing aura. When Oba Femi comes out, I feel like a bad man's making his way down to the ring. I don't feel that when I'm watching. I really don't feel that when I'm watching Bron Breakker. So I think your comment's really interesting here. Talking about how he's extremely predictable. He's quite generic and quite unoriginal. He's like a carbon copy of Goldberg. And his dad and his uncle, in my opinion, said Marvelin. I don't think you're wrong. I don't think you're wrong. I think that he definitely is lacking a bit in the aura department. And it could be that he's just angry man, you know, that's kind of coming out and just spearing, and I don't know, perhaps there's just not much depth to his character. Perhaps there's just not really anything there that kind of people connect with. Perhaps he is a bit generic. Don't know, it's interesting. How do you fix a problem like Bron Breakker? How do you find that missing piece? I think that's a question they've been asking genuinely, because I feel like if they felt that he was ready to pull the trigger on, I think we would have pulled the trigger. If they felt like he was ready, I think we would have pulled the trigger. We didn't pull the trigger in January. I know he got injured, but I don't think, you know, he was going to be finding his way to a title. And now, you know, he's back. I mean, we still have had a chance of doing something with him. We haven't, you know, I don't even think, it wasn't even in the King of the Ring, was he? I don't even think he was in the King of the Ring tournament. No, he wasn't. I can't remember him being in any of the matches. So, yeah, how do you fix a problem like Bron Breakker? Bron is a better wrestler than Goldberg, though, in my opinion, said Alex. Yeah, I could see that. Yeah. Goldberg was very limited. But I suppose it was a different time as well. You know, is Bron Breakker the kind of Goldberg of what the 2020s are? You know, where you can't just get away with coming down spear and that's it. You know, Bron Breakker definitely has got a better ability to have a structured match, go longer, not look lost. I sort of feel like a lot of Goldberg was just smashing people and, you know, short matches, whereas that's not really Bron Breakker. Bron Breakker can get in there and, you know, have a bit of a back and forth and have a pro contest. So I would agree with you that he is a better wrestler. But I wonder if the essence is still the same, you know. Predominantly, he's a look and a spear. But I don't even know about the look. I'm not even sold on the look. I sort of feel like he's got a good size, physique, and he's very athletic, but I don't think he's that imposing. I mean, whenever he's standing like face to face with someone, he's not like towering over them. He's not. I mean, he's sometimes a little shorter than them, and I don't know, man. I don't know. With Oba, I mean, he is a monster. So, I mean, he's a wrecking machine. He can stare Brock in the eyes, and size-wise, it's like Godzilla versus King Kong, you know? But, like, with Bron Breakker, I don't know. I do wish that he was that bit bigger just all round. Then I think we would have something special. Sometimes I see him standing next to Logan, and he's like shorter than Logan. Logan even looks like he's bigger than Bron Breakker. I don't think when he stands next to Logan, it's a good comparison. And this is meant to be a kind of next big thing. Yeah, it's a tricky one. It really is a tricky one. I think he feels like a lump of clay that you could do loads of different things with. And there's definitely something you can do with him that will get him where he needs to go. I'm not saying he's a lost cause. I'm not saying he's a dead end. We shouldn't bother investing in him. I think the conversation is more what we've done so far doesn't feel like it's quite landed. It does feel like we could do something, but it's just, yeah, what does that look like, you know? Guitar Crow said, in my opinion, I think there's a lot more generic young female talent, especially through NXT. They've all got very similar entrances and music and movesets. Yeah, I mean, I think that there's a lot that do need to have updated presentation. I like Kendall Gray, I'm really high on, but I think her presentation is really flat. I think that, you know, she could have a much more exciting sort of presentation. Or you could do something a bit better than, you know, when she comes out, it's just a bit drab. I would agree with that, but I suppose part of the problem is that the people coming in all the time, we're constantly getting new recruits from WWE ID, or, you know, we're recruiting like Evil. We've got maybe Enzo coming back. We've got Takahashi who might be coming in. We might sign Santana. We just brought in Will Cruz and Lizzie Rain, and you know, there's just constantly people like Zilla's on the radar. So they're constantly having to generate music. I think the truth is, we don't do the Jim Johnston thing anymore, which is, we've got this wrestler, we need a piece of music, can you create some? And so the wrestler gets a piece that's sort of made for them. I think what happens now is, we've got this wrestler, have you got a piece of music ready that can fit? And I think all that Def Rebel do is they just create music, loads of different styles. This is for a business person. This is for a cowboy or cowgirl. This is high energy. This is a dance piece. What vibe do you want? Well, we're looking for some upbeat, right? Dance. We've got this, you know? And so I don't think it gets tailored as much, which I think is part of the problem. When Jim Johnston used to do it, I think he really used to look at the character and try and figure out what we wanted to bring out. And then the music would be tailored, and it worked and it fit like a glove. Whereas now it's kind of off the shelf. And as a result, it doesn't feel like it fits as well. It doesn't feel that it's as special. And it feels more generic because it is generic. And I think that's a big, big difference. But the problem, I don't think, is that Def Rebel suck. They might do. A lot of their themes do suck. Some are great, though. I think it's more that they create a lot of themes. I think the amount of work and the workload is so drastically bigger than when Jim Johnston was doing it, that I think you have to probably do it this way now. It's probably just not possible with the quick turnaround needed. Like, the person comes in, we need them on TV next week. You know, that window is so short. You've got to create a piece of music that actually, you know, you might even try several pieces of music. It might be that they don't even know what the presentation's going to be. So they just try and find like a good thing that they think's going to fit. And they might even use the music to then flesh out the rest of the character. I think it's just a different way. So it's hard. It's really hard. I do feel a little sorry for Def Rebel, if you think about the amount of work they have to do, the amount of themes in a year they have to generate. I think it is drastically bigger than what Jim Johnston was doing in the 90s and kind of early 2000s. Benito said, USA, England, World Cup final, revolutionary rematch tag 9, where USA prevails again. It would be cinema. Is there any thoughts or predictions or theories or analysis or rumors for tonight's Raw? Well, that's what we've done. I mean, we broke it all down earlier. We always start with our preview for Raw. So, I mean, we've already gone through the matches and kind of broken it all down. There's no rumors. There's no word as to who's going to win and who's going to progress, or such and such is going to return or anything like that. So, no, we've done our preview. We always start the show that way. They are trying too hard to make music focused for crowd chants and participation, says Guitar Crow. Daze, what did we think of the segment with Jacob and Solo on SmackDown? I didn't think much of it, to be honest. I thought that it was interesting that Roman wanted Solo to come back to the family, because that came out of nowhere. And Solo turned it down like we would expect that he would. So I didn't really think too much of it. It felt a little bit... I don't know. It felt a little forced to me. It felt a little bit like we need a segment for SmackDown. Let's just send Jacob over and have him try and recruit Solo. I mean, that was never going to happen. It's never been, set up. There's not been any conversation from Roman saying that he'd love to get Solo back. I mean, it really came out the blue. So I didn't really think too much of it, honestly. I mean, it just felt a little bit like a nothing desperate segment where we just wanted to, create a bit of buzz. Solo turned it down. I think it was just a vehicle, really, to just get Solo and Jacob to exchange a few words and maybe just plant another seed towards Bloodline against MFTs. Robbie said, Oba basically called Brock a beep last Monday. It's just a matter of time of when Brock's going to screw Oba. Are we thinking tonight or Night of Champions? Well, I'm thinking Night of Champions. Because if he attacks him tonight, then it means we're going to do surely Oba Brock at Night of Champions. And that'll be the third match. Now, of course, it could have a screwy finish. And then that takes us to SummerSlam. That would be okay. I wouldn't be down on that. It's 1-1. Maybe it's a double count out at Night of Champions. So, we could do that. But I don't know. I struggle to believe that this feud ends at Night of Champions with SummerSlam so close. Because what would Oba do at SummerSlam? If he's not going after the title and he's done with Brock, what would he do at SummerSlam? I wonder if that would be the plan, though. I wonder if Brock gets involved tonight and then it sets up Night of Champions. Night of Champions is a screwy finish, double count out, no contest, something like that. And then, it gets us to the proper final match at SummerSlam. I tell you, the only thing, though, is that I just really wouldn't have done the Brock retirement, the fake retirement at WrestleMania. I think that was such a shame that you've gone with that and it's a big talking point and then you've sort of backtracked from it. I think that's a shame, honestly. Because it feels like when the moment happens now, people are going to maybe question if it's happening or not. Or plus, we already feel like we've seen it. So, I think it takes a bit away. If Brock's crying with Heyman, I've seen it. I felt like what I was watching at WrestleMania was that moment. So I think that was a shame. That I don't know if it was planned. I don't know if Triple H planned it with Brock or if Brock just did it spontaneous. Or I'm not sure. But yeah, it feels like it's going to be Oba Brock to me at SummerSlam. So, do you go that way, or do you have Oba get to the final, Brock attacks at Night of Champs, and then that's cleaner to me. Oba gets to the final, Brock costs him the final, which would be big for Oba to be cheated out of a title opportunity at the last hurdle. And then it sets it. So that's cleaner to me. So, I would probably look to book that. But there is a chance it happens tonight, yes. Ellis Dub said, I'm worried that Oba gets screwed because Dom is the only heel that's left in the field. I could see creative not wanting to split the crowds between Jay and Oba, said Ellis Dub. Interesting. Brock's not going to make it to next year's WrestleMania, said Chance. Connor said, what do we think Royce Keys would be a good fit for MFTs? Yeah, I think he would. I think the MFTs have got Tala, who's tall. They've got Tama, who's experienced, and they're trying to present him as being like a credible wrestler. You can make the argument that Solo is the powerhouse, but he's not really presented that way. He's more presented as the leader. And he's more presented as someone that's pulling the strings and running the plays more than being the enforcer like he used to be. So I think you could make an argument that, we don't have that sort of big powerhouse member if it's not Solo. And this is where Royce Keys, I think, serves a purpose. Tala is that big, tall monster that can step in and tower over people and chuck them around. Again, I'd be reluctant to call him a powerhouse, but he's certainly a presence. He's certainly a problem. And then, Tama is just a lot more like mat-based technical wrestler, really. I wouldn't say he was a powerhouse or a prominence, so I do think there is a place for Royce Keys to come into the group, yes. He's giving Oba Brock SummerSlam energy, says AB. Maggie said Roman should have been nowhere near that debacle. He's probably told to go, but it's just not a good look for him. Oh, what? Saudi, do you mean? Brock will walk out and cost Oba, even if it's just a distraction, said Will. Do you think that's tonight that happens, or Night of Champions? Dean said, how many more pay-per-views have we got coming up for the rest of the year? Well, they tend to do one a month. I don't think there's one in December, and I don't think there's one in July, because SummerSlam is early August. So we should have August, September, October, November. So we're looking at SummerSlam, Night of Champions, Money in the Bank, Survivor Series. Surely they're going to get a Crown Jewel in there. So that would be 5. So yeah, that would be 5. So Night of Champions is this month. Then there's nothing in July. Then in August we got SummerSlam. Then in September, it's not Money in the Bank. I think, is that October now? So maybe we do a Crown Jewel. There's been no word on WrestlePalooza this year. But either way, Crown Jewel, Money in the Bank, September, October. Of course, Survivor Series is always November, and there is nothing for December, although there will be a Saturday night's main event. So I think from now, we're looking about 5, is my guess. Connor said, yeah, Money in the Bank's now October. Yeah, I don't think they've mentioned, have they, about September, but Crown Jewel is one that we've been doing in recent years, champ versus champ thing, the Crown Jewel Championship and all of that. So I would think they'd want to squeeze that in somewhere. Plus also, I think I heard this year Saudi Arabia have got 3 shows. It was Rumble, it was Night of Champions, and the one later in the year tends to be Crown Jewel. So that would say to me that there is a 3rd Saudi show we got to fit in, which I'm guessing is September. The John Cena Classic's going to be December, said Jojo. Yeah, I don't know that that's a PLE or if that's a Saturday night's main event. Not sure. I don't even know if John Cena quite knows. So it could be that it takes over the Saturday night's main event. I mean, technically, that's what last year's was, wasn't it? Was main roster against NXT talent, and then it was just main evented by John. So I wonder if that'll be the plan for the Saturday night's main event in December. I'm not convinced it's strong enough to stand alone as a PLE. I don't know. I've have to see. There's no details on it. Cena tournament, Money in the Bank. Could Dominik possibly win by count out or summer? Yeah, well, anything's possible. Yep, anything's possible. I mean, if he's going to, I've got to think there's outside interference at play. I don't think he beats Oba on his own, even by count out. So, Days back on Saturday for AAA, said Ian. Dom Ludwig are expected. I don't know, but honestly, I don't know. Maybe. I need to have a look and see what else is on. But, yeah, I mean, AAA is fine. I enjoy the show. But we don't get loads of people that join us for those kind of weekly shows. So I think if there was something bigger, something that was getting more buzz, then that would be on my radar. We've said that we can't commit to AAA every week. But it's good that it's like a bit of a fallback. So, yeah, potentially. I need to have a look and see what's going down. Dominik is going to be cheating today, said Miguel. Uji said Raw tonight. I think Seth is peed off and is going to call out Bron Breakker. Boo to the Vision, said Uji. Dean said they should do another women's event. Yeah, the only problem with the women's shows are that they've not been really getting much in the way of views. There was a breakdown last year of like all the shows, and Evolution was the lowest engaged, lowest watched, which is a real shame because I think for most people it was the best. But I don't know, man. I don't know what it is. I think if we was to look at the numbers, we would see that the women still struggle a bit with ratings. It's something that I think WWE are aware of. I think it's something that, they're trying to improve. I think we've definitely seen movement and we'll continue to see movement, but I'm not sure that it's quite there. I mean, the reason why we didn't do another Evolution after the one we did in 2018 was because of the fact that it did terrible views. And so they did it again last year. And once again, it was the lowest viewed special. So I don't know. I don't know that there's an appetite to run it again. From a in-ring point of view, 100%. I'm a fan. I love the first one. I love the second one. I'd love to see another one. But I think from a views point of view, I'm not sure that the views are quite there. And I don't know why. I really don't know why. If you think about people like Rhea and Becky, who are some of the biggest stars, you think about Bayley and Charlotte and Bianca and Iyo, and do you know what I mean? Like, we've got all these big names, these really great female talents, and yet we struggle so much to get people to tune in. I don't get it. I don't understand, but we are where we are, and hopefully something that can continue to improve. And I think if those numbers do improve, then yes, you could start seeing it on a more regular basis. But I would imagine right now there's probably a bit of convincing that needs to be done. If someone proposes it, it's probably a little bit difficult to kind of get sign off because unfortunately it has just been a bit underwhelming. Right. We need a TLC event, said James. The players are cramping up. Oh, what in the match are they? They were both great shows, said David. Oh, 100%. Yeah, it's not a commentary about the quality because I enjoyed both. Evolution last year, I think, was probably my favorite show. So I mean, definitely, I'm all for it. But it is just like, I don't know, like you hear a lot of people talk about why don't they give the women more opportunity? Why don't they do more with the women? And I don't think that it's like a sexist thing. I think it is that if they look at the numbers are just not as healthy. And this is why you don't see the women main event in WrestleMania. It's why the Women's Royal Rumble opens the show rather than closes the show. When we get to Money in the Bank, I'll bet you that the women's Money in the Bank opens the show and doesn't close the show. When we get to War Games, I bet you the women's War Games opens the show, doesn't close the show. And a lot of people look at that and they see it as WWE being sexist. I think it's probably more to do with the fact the ratings don't support the fact that, the women are getting quite the same level of engagement globally. Equally, there's a counterpoint, which is, well, they're not going to prove that they belong unless you actually put them there. Like, you're going to have to put them there in order for them to get results, I mean, if you want them to give you good ratings, you got to put them in, you got to do the show, You've got to have an all-women show. It can't get good ratings unless you do the show. So, I mean, that's a very valid argument. How can the women prove that they can get good ratings in main events if you never put them in the main events? So, I mean, there's not really an argument you can have with that. The only thing you can say is I would imagine the data going into WrestleMania, going into Survivor Series, going into Royal Rumble suggests that there's more engagement for the men's side than the women's side. It is a problem and it's something that needs to be fixed. But I think it's just constant little steps forwards. I think where we are right now is just a million miles ahead of where we were 10 years ago. A million miles. And the hope is that in 5 years' time, we'll be a million miles ahead of where we were 5 years ago, And that you just keep taking these steps forward. So, I read that CM Punk's back tonight. Is there any word on this? Says Billy. No, I haven't seen any word on CM Punk being back tonight. I heard actually that he might be looking to return on SmackDown. So actually, I've heard the opposite the other day, that Raw was not really the place they were thinking of him coming back. SmackDown is the place where they feel he might be needed more. Suzanne said Josh Hokett is an idiot. I second that. Same for Mania, SummerSlam, Rumble, said Ian. Yep. War Games is played out, said not Unit. It needs to be shelved. I agree with that as well. I'm not a fan of it. I think it's boring. I think it's dull. I don't find it very exciting anymore. I agree with you. I think it would be a lot better to actually try something different. Try something more exciting, more vital. I don't know what that looks like. But, yeah, I don't really feel a need to watch more War Games matches. So I'm in agreement. Do we think they should give Ray... Hello, Carl. Should they give Ray Phoenix on Raw and NXT? Do we think WWE should give Ray Phoenix on Raw and NXT for Cruiserweight Champion? I don't know what that means. I don't know what you mean. Do you mean like defending the belts? Yeah, I don't mind him defending the belt. I think that he did it the other day, didn't he? Defended against Axiom. So I don't know that he needs to go all over the place, though. I don't mind him maybe popping to NXT, but we tend to do a brand split, don't we? I mean, we tend to have some people on Raw, some people on SmackDown. So I think if you're a Ray Phoenix fan, it probably makes sense for you to get your Ray Phoenix fill on a Friday on SmackDown. If they want to do something in NXT just to boost NXT, that's fine. I don't think I'd use him over on Raw, though. I think we've got so many wrestlers that are trying to find TV time that I wouldn't really flood every brand with Ray Phoenix, you know. Alex said, I hate to be the person, but I enjoyed Blood and Guts. Yeah, no, I agree. I've said I think it's better. I think it's better than War Games. NXT's War Games was fun, but once it got to the main roster, it lost steam. No, Alex, I'm in agreement. I think that AEW do it better. I think if you've got a War Games match or a Blood and Guts match, this is like a cage. It's meant to be a big, hated rivalry, heated, weapons get involved. Like, seeing the Bloods and how this is like a bit of an extreme match. That's what it was. That's what War Games was. This was like the ultimate blow-off match. So WWE's version of it is just too PG. I don't mind WWE being PG. But I don't know. I don't need Iyo in a trash can jumping off the top of the thing. I mean, that's never done it for me. I know some people like that spot, but to me, this is just goofy. I mean, this is not what I need from War Games. War Games is bloods, and it's, do you know what I mean? Like, brutal. That's what I see War Games as. That's what historically it was like. And I think this is where Blood and Guts and AEW do a better job of it. The presentation that they do is a lot better in. Yeah, I agree. WWE's version is, someone jumping off the top and everyone falling down and it all being like very, very PG and watered down, So yeah, I agree. I'd be quite happy for it to take a year off at least. Okay. We will be underway with this show in just over 8 minutes. Cameron, shout out to you, buds. Cameron said, what would be the payoff for Becky and Ref Jess? I don't know that there needs to be a payoff. I know some people want a payoff. I think that Ref Jess is just like trying to call it down the middle. Becky is claiming that she isn't. I think that Ref Jess should be calling it down the middle. I'm not going to be into Ref Jess not being professional. So I think Ref Jess calling it down the middle, Becky being upset with her. I think that's a little story that can sort of just keep rumbling along. A little bit like how you've got Bayley, Michael Cole. where Bayley keeps having a go at Michael Cole, and people wondered if that was going to lead to anything. I feel like Becky and Ref Jess can sort of do the same. I mean, obviously, ultimately, people are going to hope for there to be a match, and it's going to be Ref Jess, who used to be a wrestler and has done a bit of wrestling in Evolve, only briefly, at the very beginning when she was Calix. That, you know, she steps in and does a little summit with Becky. I don't mind it. I mean, I'm not really looking for it. I would imagine the way you would book it is you would have Ref Jess actually looking quite good and shocking Becky and shocking everyone. And I can hear Michael Cole going, I bet Becky didn't expect this. It seems like Ref Jess has been putting the work in here, you know? This is unbelievable and stuff like that, as she kind of, you know, out-wrestles Becky at times. Ultimately, Becky would probably cheat, get the win, blah, blah, blah. So, I mean, that would be the ultimate payoff. But to be honest with you, I'm not really desperate for that. That's not really something... I mean, I don't mind getting it eventually, but just like a bit of a blow-off match at like a B-show type thing at a Saturday night's main event or something like that. I mean, I wouldn't go bigger at WrestleMania or anything like that. But you could do a Saturday night's main event type match where, you know, she finally gets in the ring. I'm sure Jess would be down for it. But I don't see it needing to be like a series of matches or anything like this. I don't see it as being like Jess transitioning to becoming a wrestler or anything. So I think for me, if I was booking it, I would just keep teasing these little issues. I'd just keep teasing it for a long, long time. Again, very Bayley, Michael Cole and their relationship. And then eventually, if people really are clamoring for it, maybe then you pull the trigger and you do a match at a B show. And, you know, I'd imagine Becky would cheat to get the win. At Flamefist said, I would rather be watching a watered-down version of War Games and have all the superstars show up next week and wrestle than for someone or multiple superstars to get injured for what is a forgettable spot, said Flamefist. Well, that's fair. I just think that when it comes to things like War Games or Hell in a Cell, that actually those are the matches where you can sort of push things a bit further. So no one wants anyone to get injured. But if you think back to Drew, CM Punk and how fantastic that was, where, you know, they're both busted open, they've given everything. I mean, it felt brutal, but I don't think it went so far where it was, you know, really reckless or anything. You know, both of them continued their careers after it. But, I mean, there was bloods, and it was brutal. WWE are willing to do that when it comes to a blow-off for a feud like that. You know, you think about that Drew CM Punk feuds, and the big blow-off was the Hell in a Cell, and how brutal that was. Why can't we just get that for War Games? Why does it have to be so watered down? Why does it have to be so silly? Why does it have to be someone jumps off the top, lands crossbody, and everyone falls down like bowling pins, and it's just that sort of stuff? Yeah, for me, I'd like to see it be more like Punk, Drew, but just with more people involved. And I think AEW get closer to that. So I can't comment on specific moments about where, yeah, but Darby did this and that was too far or something, you know. I don't know. I mean, if people are going to tell me that there was pizza cutters and stuff like this, I don't have an appetite for that. But I do think that the presentation of War Games is not right. It's just not interesting. I don't find myself getting to War Games, getting to Survivor Series, desperate to find out who's going to win and what's going to happen. It just seems a bit too tame. Yeah. David said Spain scored like James Ellsworth today. Not at all, says David. It was a shocker, real shocker. I really fancied Spain to get a result there. Yeah, I think it's probably the biggest shock. It was a draw. They didn't lose. But I think even so, it's the biggest shock so far of the World Cup. The scariest derby spot that I've seen, said Alex, hasn't ever happened in a Blood or Guts, to be honest. Well, he does crazy spots all the time, doesn't he? So I'm sure there's a healthy list. I saw him jump off the side of a mountain the other day on a bungee cord, and he did 7 rotations as he went down. I mean, like, this guy is just an absolute daredevil. I respect him, though, because that is him. Do you know what I mean? Like, that is him. He's not playing a character. He's not doing it for shock value, per se. He is someone that wants to live life to the max. He is the living embodiment of, like, ECW. I mean, if ECW was around, you'd love to have Darby Allin, because he doesn't know any limits. He wants to push boundaries. He will, do whatever it takes to entertain the crowd, sometimes too far, like landing on glass and glass going into the crowd and stuff like that. I mean, there's bits like that where you're like, that was dumb, right? But you got to applaud. I mean, like, I see a lot of Jeff Hardy in him. He goes further than Jeff. But, I see a lot of, like, that kind of climbing up ladders, chucking yourself off. I mean, I feel like you could say to Jeff, listen, would you mind, like, we'll make sure it's safe, but would you mind jumping off the barricade? We'll put a crash mat down. No, I mean, like, I think before you've even finished the sentence, he's gone over and he's doing it, And he's like, do you mean like this? Yes, let's get the crash mat first, Darby. Let's get the crash mat first. Yeah. It's all right, I don't need one. So I know he goes too far. But he's definitely someone that I respect. I think if you was to start an ECW company or something like that, he'd be one of the first people that would be signing up for it, And I do think there's an appetite for that ECW thing. It's not to everyone's taste, but I think there is something there. I think you could run that. The networks, I think, are probably too nervous to run it in this day and age. But I don't know, man. I think there is something to it. I think a sense that there is an appetite for just something a little bit more for the older people when it comes to WWE. I think, like, there are times like War Games where it's a bit too watered down and people just want that little bit more of an edge, I do understand that. I do find myself wondering why WWE don't think about doing that. Why can't they do a show that's just for 18s plus? Never needs to interact with WrestleMania. Never needs to interact. I mean, if you look at the success of AAA and how great that is, and you look at, like, NXT and, how good that has been in the past. I mean, AAA doesn't really interact with WrestleMania. NXT doesn't really interact with WrestleMania. So why can't you have another sort of entity over here that's kind of the 18 plus sort of thing that, doesn't interact with Raw, doesn't interact with SmackDown. It's just something that's a bit edgier for those that want it a bit edgier. I don't know why WWE don't do that. I suppose it's because if something happens on that show, it'll go around social media and it'll obviously have the WWE name associated with it. And I suppose it's something along those lines where it's like advertisers still wouldn't like it, even if it was separate, because it's still going to have WWE association and those clips would do the rounds. It's probably something like that. David said Iran is breaking New Zealand's back and going to make them humble. Make you humble. Well, Uruguay have scored, haven't they? That's 1-1 in that one. Yeah, that's tomorrow, isn't it? Iran. So the results today: Ivory Coast beat Ecuador 1-0, Sweden beat Tunisia 5-1, Belgium, Egypt 1-1, Spain, Cape Verde 0-0, Saudi Arabia, Uruguay 1-1. Okay, we got lots of fans yeeting away. David said, all the more reason to bring back a network. Do miss the network. That was goated. Okay, we are underway then with Raw, and we've got 2 semi-finals tonight. So we're just seeing a bit of a recap with Bloodline and MFTs. Bloodline's in the building, but more importantly, LA Knight is in the building. This was our big main event on Friday, just the other day. Who was going to progress? It could have gone any way, this, actually. Jay, LA Knight, Finn, Royce Keys. I think everyone had a chance. But, of course, it would be Jay that would emerge victorious. And actually, Jay has spoken online about the backlash about him winning and about how everyone's, like, really down on it. I think Jay knows that he's not the most popular person in the IWC. So we're just seeing a recap of Friday. Hello, Metal Bomber. Hope you're doing well. Shout out to you. Wyatt661 said, Daze, I've not watched WWE in a few weeks. I think you're coming back at a good time, to be honest, because we're kind of done with the first rounds of King and Queen of the Ring. We're now moving on to the semi-final stage. So let's see what they've got. Days AEW moved their version of War Games from July and now starting in 2 weeks before Survivor Series to mess with WWE. Good for them. WWE counter program AEW. Probably wise to fire back, yeah. Okay, here's Roman. Roman arriving. David said, Bloodline stories are as anemic as the ratings. Okay, Roman gets given his belt. He's making his way out to the ring. I think we're going to be starting. There's Jacob. Okay, Roman, Usos. So Jacob didn't travel with them. Fans are chanting OTC. Jacob was already there waiting for them. Big cheer from the fans as Roman's music hits. So Jacob making his way through Gorilla. Lots of acknowledging going on in the chat as Bloodline walk out into the arena. Big reaction as Roman Reigns makes his way down to the ring. Roman Reigns, of course, last night at the White House with Triple H. Conor McGregor put a tweet out going, who's this? That lady has got a Roman Reigns brawling buddy. Roman holding up the championship as the pyro shoots into the air. What's Roman got to say in this segment? I mean, since we've seen him, Jay has qualified to a semi-final. Jacob has tried to get Solo. He does this now, doesn't he? Just stand in the entranceway, make it even longer. Milking it even more these days. We're in Baltimore as the OTC makes his way down to the ring. The girl with the wrestling buddy is about to pass out being that close to the OTC, says Jose. Roman Reigns doesn't know. What's the sign say? Doesn't know the Konami code. Can't quite see it. There we go. Doesn't know the Konami code. Never needed it. Roman climbing up, getting in. Might take a hydration break soon, said the Ribs. Sponsored by G Fuel. That'd be nice, actually. That'd be nice if we had a hydration break. I can't watch a show without them now. Sign in the crowd said, I sold my house for this. Is that a good life choice? What the hell is that? There's a picture of Roman, but his hair is all like broccoli. What's that? Oh, is he meant to look like a tree or something? I don't get it. Someone's had an idea. Do you know what we should do? Let's make Roman look like broccoli. Roman holding up that championship in the ring as Pyro shoots up into the sky. Jacob in the background. Acknowledge him. Does Green Shirt Guy know something we don't, says Kyle? No. I don't think he knows anything that we don't know. We know it all. He just loves it, doesn't he? He loves it. Jacob in the ring. Da-na-na-na. Okay. Right, well, that was Raw. Good episode. Good episode. I enjoyed that. Guys, get your scores in. What do you think about this week's Raw? Oh, we're still going. I thought we'd used all 2.5 hours. OTC chance breakout. OTC. Okay, Roman looking out at the crowds as the crowd burst into Roman Reigns chants. 10 out of 10, said Trey. It's 10 out of 10. People are loving it. Green Shirt Guy is on location. I use it, and I've got great seats, said Jose. Green Shirt Guy thinks this is a PLE. Green shirt loser. Do you reckon he sat there and seen the Raw signs? He's gone, I was told this was going to be Monday night's main event. OTC chance breaking out. Best Raw of 2026, said Kaz. Let's go. Baltimore. Baltimore. Oh, what's he going to say? He said the phrase. He said acknowledge. That's what he said. Okay. That. We're blessed men in this ring. We've got a lot to be grateful for. Jay advanced. Yeets. Oh, acknowledge Jay? Acknowledge Jay? Because he's gonna win the King of the Ring, says Roman. I thought people were booing, actually, but they were yeeting. We're pretty smart. Oh, hang on. Hold up. He's got something good to say about Jim. There's Jim. What are we going to say about Jim? If it wasn't for Big Jim, there wouldn't be a right-hand man. If it wasn't for Big Jim... He's like, oh my God, thank you so much. If it wasn't for Big Jim, there'd be no bloodline. Well, he's really put Jimmy over, hasn't he? Without him, there wouldn't be a tribal chief. Without him, there wouldn't be a right-hand man. Without him, there wouldn't be a bloodline. And Jim's like, oh my God, thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, what's he going to say about Jacob? And Jacob's here. Jacob's here as well, everyone. Oh, it has got Fatu chance. There's one person here who hasn't been acknowledged. Who's that guy? The dude in the background's got his belly out like that. Ooh, Jay says Jacob needs to acknowledge them. So Roman has been really kind to Jay, really kind to Jimmy. But Jacob is being humbled and humiliated again. Mate, that dude behind Roman with his belly out. Why is he so desperate to get that on TV? I should be paying attention to what's happening in the ring. I think even the tribal chief went to check out that dude. Here we go. Jacob's been good since he joined the other week. I mean, you don't want to listen to the twins? You don't want to acknowledge them? Whoa, Jacob snatching the microphone away. Where's this going, actually? Where we going? Where we going? Where we going, kids? I mean, Jacob said that he'll acknowledge Roman, but he ain't interested in acknowledging the Usos. I mean, he has said this before. This is not breaking news. He has said this before. The only person I acknowledge is you. Yeah. Okay, so where's this gonna go, though? He gives the microphone back to Roman. I'm done talking now. I've said everything I gotta say. I ain't acknowledging these clowns. I mean, that was the arrangement, though. Roman steps up to Jacob. Goods. Oh. What the hell's this? What's that guy's name as well? Did he just yell out Lord or something? Is that man called Lord? That's very unfortunate. Okay. I like this. Roman said, we don't need yes men round here. It's not an Ulafala. Where's this going? Okay. Bloodline is forever. Yoko getting a mention. Very cool. Rikishi getting a mention. Okay, so you're saying Bloodline run this place? Nice. Where's this going? He's got something in his hands. Bloodline is forever, says Roman. Not no more. Here we go. So Roman says to Jacob, you're not an outsider anymore. Okay. He officially welcomes him to the Bloodline. We didn't find out what this was. It's not an Ula Fala, but it's like an Ula Fala. Uso's reaction to this is very interesting. Roman was okay. Oh, yeah, man. The Usos don't like it. Jimmy goes and stands next to Roman. Jay is not sure. Jacob said he's not going to acknowledge the Usos. Roman said, good. We don't need yes men. So there we go. Not bad, honestly. I kind of like the segment. It wasn't the most captivating in the sense of, oh my God, edge of my seat, where's this going to go? But it did have that. I just really wanted to find out what... I wondered what it was going to be called, and I wondered what position Jacob was going to be given. He can't be the right-hand man. He can't be the tribal chief. I kind of felt like, you know, he was going to be anointed as something. But sadly, he wasn't. And we never found out what that thing was either. So those were the bits I was waiting for. But it was good. Still good. He's part of the gang, said Name is Josh. Okay. Jay has got a little bit of a problem there with Eric Andre. Jimmy does not. There's Jay. Don't do that, oh my God! Jacob grabbing Eric Andre. In the ring goes Eric Andre. Jacob. I mean, he was touching. Yeah, I mean, he did cross a line, in all fairness. Roman is not doing anything about it. Eric Andre is down in the ring. Yeah, I mean, he overstepped the mark, didn't he? He deserves this. You deserve it. You deserve it. Go on, Jacob, do it. Roman says no. Roman says no. Jacob. Yeah, well, let that be a lesson. Let that be a lesson to anyone that wants to jiggle around the Ula Fala. If you're a celebrity and you go to that, you know your role. You can't go jiggling another man's Ula Fala. What? Is he told him to do it? It's going big splash by Jacob! Jacob! Roman says, yeah, you're right, actually. Splash him. I didn't realise he had jiggled your Ula Fala. There we go. Look at that. Jacob with a big splash. Roman just sort of sending a message. I run this show. Jacob will do whatever I say. If I don't want him to do that, he won't do it. If I do want him to do that, I think Roman really liked the ability there to control that situation. One more time! Do it again! Yeah, he deserves it, man. Oh, my God. Look at Eric. Eric's down. He's like, huh? I'd love it if they didn't. I'd love it if they didn't fill him in on that. Imagine he's lying there thinking that went well. And then all of a sudden, it's happening again. Oh. That was good. That was good. That was a warning. It was a statement. Very good. 23 minutes in, 10 minutes of it is an entrance. It's followed by an interesting segment where we kind of dig into the relationship of Jacob. Didn't know where it was going. It wasn't the strongest segment that I had seen, but then, you know, that stuff I think with Eric Andre after was really good. Yeah, and it was so well done as well because it felt like the segment was over. It really felt like we were done and, you know, they were just leaving. And I thought there might be a bit of pushing and shoving, but I did not expect that. Yeah, I mean, WWE are doing a good job here with Raw of, you know, this feels like classic Bloodline. And we've said this before, where, you know, there's all these looks and you don't know where things are going and we're really focused on the details and we're letting things breathe. But then you've got like stuff like this, which is a little bit different. You know, we didn't really have a lot of celebrities getting involved with Bloodline last time. But it's a good way of involving him as well, actually, because it's to promote his show. He's obviously been humbled. It makes Jacob look like a crazed badass. This is ticking a lot of boxes for me, actually. I mean, I don't need him now coming in and trying to flip in, get revenge, you know? He's got out the ring and he's reaching for his ribs. Is Roman considered a heel again, said Mystic Mist. I don't know, to be honest. I think that he is enjoying the power. I think he is getting slowly corrupted by that power. Whether we can make an argument that he's like a full-blown heel now, I don't quite feel it. I mean, you know, you could make the argument that he should not have done what he did. I mean, that's quite disrespectful, isn't it? You know, the Bloodline's all about honor and prestige and tradition. I mean, to reach over and do what he did, I mean, I think he brought this on himself. So, I don't know. I'd struggle to say he's an outright heel now. But I think we are seeing him getting corrupted by having this control and having this power. Let's get a segment score for that, because I really enjoyed that opening segment, and I want to know if you lot did as well. Did you enjoy what just went down? I think WWE are aware of the slump in ratings as well, and I think what we're seeing here is some big, you know, statements being made that's going to do well on social media. He definitely brought it on himself. He took those bumps good, said let him in. Yeah, I mean, it might be different if he was just being lovely, saying some nice stuff, really respect you, and then Jacob grabs him and, you know, Roman doesn't stop it. I mean, then you'd be like, why is he doing this? Why is he allowing this? Okay, Eric Andre, you're just seeing a replay here, look. Yeah, no. This is the mistake that he made, says... They're calling it the Ulafala. I mean, I thought the Ulafala was red. I suppose it can't be, because I'm guessing the red Ulafala is the tribal chief Ulafala. This Ulafala is, I'm in the gang, but I'm not the top guy Ulafala. One more time. David said, number one rule, wrestler initiates contact, not a fan. Number one rule, wrestler initiates contact, not a fan. Well, it was that's why you got beat up, wasn't it? That's why I'm saying I don't think Roman's heel. They're going to give us an update on his condition. David said, Google says that a brown Ulafala sympathizes authority within a tribe and is often worn by high chiefs. Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. I don't think they've ever referred to him as a high chief. So that's interesting. David said, I sent a super chat for the brown one. David, thank you. Yeah, I just saw it, but I just managed to get to it. Iyo making her way down then, so we're about to find out who progresses, Iyo or Raquel. Yeah, I think that's interesting. I've not heard them refer to him as a high chief. Okay. Iyo making her way down to the ring. We are at commercial break right now. Yeah. Winner of this will earn a title shot at SummerSlam. He didn't give any specific reason or anything there, like, you know, saying you have to face the champion on your brand. I'm still not sure about that. If it has to be the champion on your brand. So, like, if Raquel wins, does she have to face Liv? Here comes Raquel. Groblog said 33. This community has carried wrestling for me. Groblog, shout out to you, buds. Groglogs, I added you to the Wrestle Feud schedule, so you'll have to have a look at that. Tell me if it works. It's up on the channel on the post bit now. Thomas said Raquel will win and go after Liv's championship. Yeah, that's the bit I'm not so sure about, is like, do you have to face the champion on your brand? Could it be that Raquel wins and then it turns out that's the rule and we just didn't know? I don't think that's the case, though, because that would mean if Jay wins, he has to face Roman. And Roman's certainly not operating under that assumption that that's the stipulation. Okay, Raquel making her way down then. Raquel gets in the ring. So this is going to be first match. First match normally gets given a little bit of time. All right, we are underway. Okay, shots coming in there by Iyo. Iyo going to the outside. Kick coming in. Another kick coming in there by Iyo. She's going shoulder tackle through the ropes. Going back against the ropes, getting Iyo in control. So we are underway with this. Chop coming in there by Iyo. Iyo going back against the ropes. She gets caught. Raquel. Crossbody, down goes Iyo. Okay, Raquel in the ring, in control. Shout out to you, Jarful said, evening. Do we think if Tatum gets called up that she could be a good addition to Judgment Day? With what's said, it seems Judgment Day are becoming a female faction. Well, I don't think they need another member right now, because I think if you can have too many people, where people then struggle to get like TV time and struggle to get promo time. But it's also, I mean, at the moment, Tatum is babyface. I don't know that she would join up with a heel faction. There's already 3 people in as well, 3 women. You can go to 4, but I'm just never a big fan of going over 3, really. But you can go to 4. I really do not like 5. So, I don't know. I'd have my reservations. I think there might be a better way of using her. Going up. Right now, we got a guillotine there by Iyo. Word Live said, did we notice there's no Prime logo on the ring mat, no Prime hydration station? It's not been there for a long time. I don't think we've had a Prime hydration station for a while now. Superplex by Raquel. Okay, crowd a little bit quiet as back elbow there by Iyo. Kick coming in there by Iyo. Raquel charging over through the ropes to the outsides. Iyo pointing. Looking to go against the ropes to a suicide dive. Gets it, gets caught. Gets caught. Oh, into the ring posts. Oh, there's blood coming down the nose there of Raquel. As we go back to commercial break. Dave Sean asked, what was The Rock being mentioned by Roman? Any thoughts? Where was The Rock being mentioned by Roman? Don't know. I don't really have any thoughts. I mean, I suppose he should have mentioned him, could have mentioned him. I don't know that there's anything in the fact that he didn't mention him, though. He was just kind of going through some names throughout the history, but yeah, you'd say The Rock would be a bit of an admission. We can't really make an argument as to why that would lead to anything, though, you know? The Rock comes in and goes, you didn't mention me, and gets all upset. I can't see that kicking anything off. I don't know. It's a good point, because he did admit him, so it's a good point. But I don't know that I'm struggling to see it lead to anything. Just regarding history. Why would The Rock be mentioned? Well, when he was going through, wasn't he, talking about Rikishi and like going through a list of names? So The Rock not being mentioned, I think, is definitely noteworthy, but I'm struggling just to see how it would really fit into anything. Interesting. Because Wild Samoan's got a mention, Umaga got a mention. Do you know what I mean? Rikishi got a mention, but The Rock didn't get a mention. Iyo is over against the ropes, getting dragged there by Raquel, elbow by Raquel, and again. Yeah, so Raquel in control at the moment. I believe it's going to be Dom and Raquel who are going to win King and Queen. Liv's going to get jealous, but secretly Roxanne plays them both because she wants Dom, said Black Onyx. Liv Raquel is more interesting to me, especially if a turn happens, which I think it would if we chose to run that match as the finals. Oh, nice shoulder tackle there by Raquel. Iyo down. 1, 2. She's got some gloves on, hasn't she? Ref Jess. Oh, Raquel's livid here at Ref Jess. I think it's probably because it's just standard if there's a bit of blood. We're coming back from commercial break then. If you are joining us, it's been a pretty fun start to Raw. I mean, we're 40 minutes in. We had a really good opening segment. And you lot scored that opening segment. Great 73. Okay, roll up there by Iyo. Iyo with a back fists. Open palm. Nice kick coming in there by Iyo. Iyo is in control. Charging over. Takes Raquel over. Stomping down. Good work. Iyo is going over. In the corner. Charging him. Double knees there by Iyo. Raquel goes down. Iyo climbing up. Yeah, big boot there by Iyo as Raquel goes down. Smile on the face of Iyo. It's going to be really hard, this, for Raquel. Bang. Missile drop kick. Kip up there by Iyo. Flips over into the emotes. Yeah, man. People are hyped. Iyo enjoying a lot of support here. Iyo back in the corner. She's got Raquel over the other side. Iyo charging him. Raquel moves. Raquel moves. You can see a bit of blood on the gear of Raquel. Raquel picking up Iyo. Shot coming in there by Iyo. Throwing in some shots. Raquel on the outside getting through. Drop kick there by Iyo. Raquel still on the outside. Are they going to go for it again? Because Raquel's just sort of staying in that position. No, over. Looking for a power bomb. No, I don't think she got enough momentum, to be honest. Raquel has got the ropes. Stomps down. It didn't feel like Iyo had enough momentum there to sort of powerbomb Raquel onto the outside. It was very ambitious. Right now, she's picking her up. She's got her up. It's going to look to drive her into the commentary table, but it's Raquel that goes into that commentary table. And again. Right now, we've got her getting smashed into this commentary table. Face first right now. Iyo is on the barricades. This looks good. Look, tries to stomp down, but Raquel moves. That was quite fun. She was on the barricade, tried to stomp down onto Raquel. We had a nice aerial shot of it, like a drone shot. Raquel moved, though. Iyo gets picked up, dragged back to the ring. Dragging her over to the other side. She's in position. Climbing up. Raquel comes crashing down as Iyo moves. Iyo chants. Okay, right now we've got Raquel going face first into that ring post. Iyo is climbing up. Goes over, looking for a power bomb. This could work. Yep, she's got her. Ugh. She didn't quite have the power to be able to hold her, but, you know, she still managed to deliver some sort of a power bomb. Iyo going up, perched up top. Looking for over the moonsault. 1, 2, 3. Iyo wins. Iyo wins. It's not going to be a Liv Raquel final. Iyo gets it. Wow, okay. So why have we got Liv in the match? Like, what's the plan? I mean, does Liv maybe get knocked out on Friday to Charlotte? We do Charlotte Iyo final. Iyo goes through to the final. So this year, the winner of Queen of the Ring is either going to be Liv, Charlotte, or Iyo. One of those are going to win Queen of the Ring. It's no one new, is it? I mean, Iyo's been around for a while now. Charlotte's been around for ages. Liv's been around for ages. It's no new name that's going to be winning this year. Charlotte takes on Roxanne later. What do you think about the match? Billy said, I thought they would pull the trigger on Liv Raquel. I am shocked. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I wasn't really thinking about what they were doing, but I think I definitely thought Raquel was going to progress here. Okay, King of the Ring tournament tonight. That's people have burst into Oba chants. Corey said he doesn't love Dirty Dom's chances tonight. Yeah, so Dirty Dom last week confronted Oba. JD trying to take out Oba with a chair. It was so stupid. So stupid. They had a plan. It was a stupid plan. Okay. No way Iyo loses, said Alistair. I don't think the prospect situation they've set up for themselves are all that interesting. I would run Liv Iyo in the final. I would do Charlotte Iyo, said Alistair. Okay. Roxanne. What's the lights flashing? What's all that? What's going on? Oh, it's Danhausen. I hope you paid for that. I'm kind of liking Liv and Danhausen. Ah. Mm-hmm. He's still working on this monster, isn't he? Yeah, I'm definitely here for like more interactions of Danhausen and different superstars. Seeing him with Liv, that was good. That was good. Danhausen gives a shiz about Liv. I like how he said, I hope you paid for that, when she revealed she was wearing a Danhausen shirt. Okay, we've got Alexa and we've got Charlotte there just talking to Byron right now. Welcome back to Monday Night Raw, says Byron. Daze, it's clear there's a plan of Rio Iyo at SummerSlam to play up when they were a tag team. Once again, WWE is uncreative, says Ronnie. David said, you know that Danhausen's a Liv fan when he won't even curse her. Okay, Byron just talking to Charlotte right now, talking about the fact she is in a semi-final match on Friday. Obviously, tonight she is in action against Roxanne. Byron said you might be walking into a Judgment Day trap. Okay, Charlotte said it's probably not the wisest idea for me to be having a match tonight, considering I've got such a big match on Friday. Okay. Iyo versus Liv. Loser leaves WWE at SummerSlam. Liv loses, starts an OnlyFans with Austin 316, said Brony. Well, that's the dream, isn't it? That's the dream. I know that Brony has been hoping for an Austin 316 OnlyFans account for several years now. But I don't know. I don't know that it's going to go that way for you, buds, but I hope you get it one day. Okay, we're doing some hearts. There we go. Lovely. Right. Steve, hello. Said, hi all. On vacation, but I found some time to join the stream. Is Corbin going to get revealed to be Danhausen's experiment? I don't think that's a terrible shout. Corbin seems to be casting doubt on the reports that he is WWE bound. I do wonder about Big Cass. I think his contract's coming up soon in AEW. So I do wonder about him. I do wonder about Braun Strowman, but there's been no word. Oh, hello. Yeah, there's been no word as to who it is. I think Corbin. I think there's a chance for it to be Corbin. Okay, they're showing the history here of Danhausen with the Knicks. I think they've shown us this before. I don't know. I don't know how much traction this has been gaining. I mean, it's not obviously not really been connected with me because like the basketball's not that big over here. But I'm guessing he's been all over like ESPN and all the coverage. I wanted Raquel to win. Brony said, how do you blow a 29-point lead in the NBA Finals when you're down 2-1? It was great. I did actually watch the end of the final. So you can get WWE Knicks collection. You know that TKO are going to cash in on that. Okay. Roman Reigns tweeted out, acknowledge the champions. Okay. Seth Rollins. Let's see what Seth has got to say. Oh, he's got a message for Bron Breakker. You took my world. I tried to give you the world and you took my world. So this was last week, wasn't it? Bron Breakker costing Seth Rollins. The moment has arrived to right my wrong. I mean, we've already done a match between these two just the other week. Where are we going? Where are we going? Where are we heading? Night of Champions. Steel cage. Steel cage. Steel cage match. Okay. When are we doing it, though? Wow. Here's LA Knight. Lyra was pretty excited at getting that opportunity. Okay, so LA Knight is not a happy man right now. Referee's decision is final. Okay, LA Knight is going to do things his way. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, mask versus mask. That is up to over 20,000. Yeah, signed mask that was wore during mask versus mask. Another steel cage match. Not Hell in a Cell. At what point would WWE give a Hell in a Cell? Because it's overdue, said RTX. I've got a horrid feeling that we're going to get another match at Night of Champs, and I was correct, said Alex. I hope that LA Knight does go down as a missed opportunity, says Kader. Okay, we're seeing last week Ray, Penta battling for that championship. I must have missed the bit where he said it was for Night of Champions. So, steel cage match then. Night of Champions. Yeah, Chad Gable coming down. So is that going to be our next match? The Chad Rusev match? Okay, Jackie Redmonds is with Chad Gable backstage. This is your first match as Chad Gable in over a year. I've been wrong about a lot, says Chads. I've got people I need to make amends to. Oh, he's got some other people he needs to make amends to. So I think they've teased Tozawa, haven't they, in Otis? There's Maxine talking to... Oh. Well, isn't she one of them? Isn't she, like, one of the people he needs to make amends to, the way he treated Maxine? She's talking to Theory. I'm surprised he didn't just say to her, can I have a word with you later? New music for Chad as well. I don't hate it. The only problem is everything feels like it's AI these days. I'm sort of listening to that going, this feels a bit AI, this music. Okay. New theme song, yeah. New theme song. They really could have had Ivy, Lyra, Candice, or other women in the Vision, but they're going to go Maxine. It makes sense since the Vision is trash. So they've chose a trash wrestler, said Austin. No pyro, said Jose. Alex said Maxine in the Vision is so unappealing. I don't understand why WWE thinks that I would want this. Brony said, where does Maxine be in the Vision help this group at all? What could possibly be gained by Maxine Theory duo? They're both awful, and the crowd don't give a shiz about either of them. Alex said, why does it sound like AI? It has just sort of got that vibe. Yeah, I think it's because when people create AI tracks, they tend to be like this rock vibe. I'm gonna beat you up and yeah, it's giving me AI vibes. I don't know that it is. I mean, it could all be like legit. Okay, Jalen Brunson is on Stephanie's podcast. Yeah, I'm not alone as well. Look at this. 46 seconds ago, this AI Chad Gable theme is atrocious. This person says, I despise Def Rebel so much. Yeah, I was getting AI vibes. There's Maxine with Theory. We are just at commercial break at the moment. Okay. Here's Bangaranga. He's not wearing his Bangaranga shirt. Ethan Page is coming out with him. So Rusev comes out, Ethan Page walking behind, applauding away. Maxine is trying to earnestly play a heel on TV. It might make me end it all. She needs the PC. She needs to be trained. Staying on TV is the last thing that she needs, said LS Dub. Henry said, I'm debating on what show I should go to next week in London. Raw is more expensive. There's front row for SmackDown that's like 120. Front row for Raw, 850. That probably reflects, though, in the quality of the show, actually. The fact that one front row is 850, the other is 120, sounds about right. I think Raw is a lot more enjoyable than SmackDown, but I don't know, 850 is still 850. 850 will always be 850. That's about 900 too much for me. I'm happy sitting here. Okay, Rusev in the ring then. Oppola said last time Bloodline was in SmackDown, they were there for like 3 years. Now Raw have got a newer version. Sounds silly, but I like that. I only care for that story, so Raw is my current favourite brand, said Oppola. RTX said, do we reckon since Chad is back, we will get American Made back? I don't think so, actually. I think they're looking at Chad doing his own thing right now. I'd imagine there'll be a moment where him and the Creeds cross paths. And they're like, we've been trying to call you. But I think this is it. I think we are going to use Mask versus Mask and the buzz around that to now launch him off into his own thing. They were saying that WWE needs new superstars when they were trying to make the superstars. The fans hated them and complained about it. God damn, said Flame Fist. They're saying that WWE needs stars, and when people try to make new stars, the fans come. Oh god, you talk about Maxine, about how they're trying to build Maxine up. Chad down, kick coming in there by Rusev. Next week, Raw in London, said Angel. I was quite happy being back on American time, to be honest. Oh, that's lovely. Belly to belly there by Chad. Look really good. Belly to belly by Chad. Dragon screw. Dragon screw there by Chad as Rusev goes to the outside. Chad Gable then in the ring. Rusev on the outsides. Gable stepping through the ropes. Getting driven back into the ring steps. Connor said, I thought that Eric Andre looked a little bit like Carlito. Yeah, I could see that comparison. Sharon said, uncursing the team planned for him at the parade this Thursday. Danhausen is officially on social media demanding a giant float. I wonder if he will feature at all. Let's go, Gable is the chant as Chad gets smashed into the commentary table. Ah, the shot coming into the back there by Rusev. Rusev really going to town. Rusev is a national hero. Oh, Chad smashing Rusev into the commentary table. We got an hour and a half left to go. We still got Oba Dominik coming up, of course. We had a big Roman segment to open the show. Ethan Page on the outside getting involved as Chad goes into the commentary table. Rusev rolls out the ring, grabs Chad, picks him up, chucks him, bang. Chad Gable gets thrown over the commentary table. Danhausen said Danhausen can't wait to be in the next music video. Hausen. Thank you, Liv. Could you imagine that instead of trouble? Hausen. That's what he's looking for. I think we got Rusev suck chance. As Rusev grabs Chad, throws him into the barricades. Chad goes down. Rusev in control. Hausen. That's me. Over the other sides. Ethan's so good, said Austin. That North American title run really elevated the guy. Made me interested in what he does. Connor said it's the first time seeing Liv talk to Danhausen. Matt said, I wish that Raw and SmackDown would get new stages. RTX said, due to the next PLE being called Night of Champions, should every match be a championship match? If you're going to have 5 matches, yeah, ideally. I mean, if you're only going to have 5 matches, it's kind of hard to do a Night of Champions and every match not be for a title. So ideally, yes, but obviously, if we're going to do Seth Braun in a cage, then that would suggest no. So please take your complaints to the WWE complaints department. I love Maxine. Love her or hate her, she's improved. She needs to get better on the mic, said Oppola, but her in-ring ability has improved. Word Life Cena fan said, do we think that Sammy will rejoin the Bloodline? I think could be interesting. I think that it was great when Sammy was with them. And, you know, if he gets so frustrated with kind of the way the fans are treating him and the way that people are taking shortcuts to get ahead, he could find his way back to the Bloodline. I don't know that he will. At the moment, they're on different brands. I'm a real national hero, said Rusev. Chad down. Rusev going over. Hello, the one. What's up, Daze? The tribal chief has arrived. Hello, the one. Okay, we've still got a poll for Iyo Raquel. That one came out as being good 96. It's a shame. Normally the opening match really bangs. Don't think we can say that it did on this occasion. Opening segment with Roman, great 73. Okay, we're back from commercial break. Chad Gable against Rusev right now, match number 2. Shot coming back there by Chad. Rusev with a forearm coming back. These two exchanging blows. Uppercut coming in there by Rusev. Chop coming back there by Gable. And again, chopping away. Knee to the midsection there by Rusev. Oh, swing and a miss. Looking for a German. Gets it. Oh, it looked good as well. He's going for a second. Oh, we're going to Suplex City. 2 in a row. Looking for 3 in a row. Yeah, no joy. Rusev gets to the rope. He was trying for another one there. Back elbow there by Rusev. Gable gets Rusev to the outsides. Yeah, shot coming in. Gable feels that. Gable in the middle of the ring. Rusev going up. Shot coming in there by Gable. Gable going up. I got such goodwill for Gable. Like, I'm really rooting for him. I do want him to win this match. I'd love to see him achieve as much as he possibly can. Big superplex there by Gable. Straps coming down. Let's go. Ankle lock is in. Ankle lock is in. Rusev takes down Gable. He's going for the accolades. No joy. Yeah. In the corner. No. Gable over. He was going for the mash kick. Oh, nice trip. Nice trip there by Chads. Ankle lock is in. He's cranking on it right now. Right now he's reaching over. He's got him in the middle. Ethan jumps in. Oh, clothesline to the outsides. Oh, big boot. Mashka kick. 2. Oh, kick out there by Chads. Ethan distracting. But it didn't result in the victory. This match carrying on. Mashka kick connects. Connected. We've got Gable chance. We've got Gable chance. Stomp coming in there by Rusev. Accolade is in again. It's in and it looks moody as well. It's proper bending him over, is it? I mean, it looks bad. Chad Gable in a whole world of trouble right now. The accolade is in. And he's not giving up, though. Crowd are invested. They're right behind Chad's. Gable trying to get over to the ropes. Rusev. He's almost getting there. Is this where Ethan? No, it feels like Ethan pulls the rope further away or something. Stomp coming in there by Rusev. Chad Gable grabbing the leg of Rusev, getting up to his feet. Down goes Rusev. Chad, duck underneath. Oh, angle slam. Got it. Trying to grab the leg. Ankle lock is in. It's a good, but really fun performance. Oh, he taps. Gable wins. Oh, Ethan attacks. Chad Gable with a good, solid win there over Rusev. Ethan is attacking. I think that took a lot out of Chad, to be honest. Who's coming down? Oh, Ray is coming down. Rey Mysterio making his way down to the ring, chasing away Ethan, chasing away Rusev. He's not alone. He's come down with Dragon Lee. Yeah, Chad came down and saved him last week. They're returning the favor this week. Nice. Ethan on the outside then. Chad Gable with a gutsy performance, and the fans were cheering for Chad's. Crowd are chanting, "You tapped out" to Rusev. You tapped out. You tapped out. You tapped out. I was surprised that Night of Champions going ahead due to what's going on in the Middle East. Well, peace has kind of broken out now, hasn't it? There's come to an understanding, so I was more surprised before yesterday. But now it seems like the fighting has stopped. So I feel like the situation has probably improved. It's obviously still far from ideal. Still, I can understand concerns. I still wouldn't fancy going. Okay, we're backstage with Roman. Okay. Oops. Ah. I thought the plan was she was going to tell Jacob he should listen to us. Imagine being an outsider. Everyone on the outside hates us. We can't have infighting. Okay, there's Oba. I kind of like that segment. I mean, it constantly makes me question where Roman's head's at and what's going on and how far down the heel rabbit hole have we gone. But I mean, he made a good point there about imagine feeling like Jacob and imagine feeling like an outsider in our family. It ain't like that. Everyone on the outside hates us. We need unity on the inside. Probably also explains why you sent Jacob off to try and get Solo, you know? Probably fits that same reason. So, yeah, they're good, man. They're good little segments, these backstage segments. One thing I'll never get old of seeing is Bloodline with character dynamics between everyone. We've never seen a group have this much development within a faction. Judgment Day tried, but failed, said Brony. Here's Danhausen coming out. It's time for the Danhausen segment. So this will be during commercial break. I'm guessing, is this going to be a merch spot, do we think? Danhausen comes out. Very nice. Very evil. I'm the world's most famous person. I debuted to thunderous applause. And now Danhausen is NBA champion. Cardi B's a friend? Wow. Yeah, he cursed Stephen A. Smith. Ben Stiller, Hausen. Okay. Tonight is about the Fanhausens. So we got the t-shirt cannon back. Okay, it's actually worked. Okay, I mean, you fired 2. You are cursed. So he tried to do the t-shirt thing. It fired 2, and then that was it. And he was like, apparently it's cursed. And there we go. Days Raw is always better than SmackDown, but have we noticed a real lack of backstage segments and interactions between the wrestlers like we see with SmackDown? It's very much match video package interview. What do you mean? On Raw, we just had a Roman segment. We had LA Knight with Adam Pearce. We had Liv Morgan with Danhausen. We've had backstage segments on this Raw. Or do you mean on SmackDown? Bishop said, I don't understand the LA Knight story. Roman's a babyface, so why is he complaining about Roman? Yeah, I mean, a lot of people have been questioning this. Why is he so obsessed? But to be honest, I don't mind it because I think the bloodline caused a lot of trouble the first time around. And so starting to see the pieces kind of coming back together, do you know what I mean? It is a little bit like an iceberg's approaching. And it's like, no, this is trouble. This lot coming together, this is a problem. Like, this is not going to result in anything good. So you can sort of understand LA Knight feeling like he got cheated by the bloodline last time. And now he's starting to watch it all kind of come back together again. He can probably see where his future's heading, and it's going to be bloodline dominating everything, helping each other. He's going to get screwed. Blah, 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 blah. So I sort of get it. I sort of get it. He's the only one that's really doing it at the moment. I'm not really seeing anyone else having those same concerns and conversations. And there is a lot of people going, shut up, why do you keep going on about it? I think the truth is that it's probably going to lead to something, isn't it, with featuring LA Knight. So that's the reason why they want to keep doing it. But I can sort of get it as well. I sort of get... They did cause a lot of problems. You know, if Drew McIntyre was around, I'm sure he'd have plenty to say as well. Here's Bron Breakker. Let's see what Bron Breakker's got to say. He's been challenged to a cage match. Truth is, I've destroyed your vision. You're not a visionary. You're a sheep. You're a sheepanary. Okay, yeah. At Night of Champions, you'll be locked in a steel cage. So, I mean, it's happening. We're doing it. I think we knew we was. What was he doing with his face at the end? They were like, right, at the end, can you look mean? Yeah. Perfect. We'll go with that. If you're locked in a cage with the dog always makes it out in the end. I don't know that that's true. I have absolutely no idea if that's true. I feel like that's meant to be like a big, powerful statement, but I'm just kind of going, is that true? Depends on the dog, innit? Lock me in with a chihuahua. I'm going to boot that thing around the cage. I ain't going down to a chihuahua. Yeah. Here's LA Knight. LA Knight. Bron Breakker is what I imagine myself to look like when I'm trying to be tough, said Alex. Well, there we go. Bron Breakker sends a message. And a few facial twitches. LA Knight making his way down to the ring then. Okay, he is on a collision course with Big Jim. Big Jim. Rob said, that's our days. Always looking for a chance to boot a chihuahua. What can I say? I'll never pass one up. It's what I'm known for. It's what I'm loved for. They deserve it. They deserve it. Okay, LA Knight promo segment right now. We're going to end the poll for Gable Rusev. Nice reaction for LA Knight, actually. Good reaction. Loud reaction. LA Knight. LA Knight. LA Knight. Okay. LA Knight in the ring. Let me talk to ya. Let's go. Let's see what he's got to say. Crowd are hot for him. Oh, he's lying down. Oh, yeah. That's how he ended his night on SmackDown, lying down. Are they chanting welcome home? Is he from Baltimore? Yeah. You don't understand? I've got to get to Baltimore. Well, we had plenty of days to get here. Take Monday night off. Okay. He really wanted to go to Baltimore. That's what we've learned. Yeah. And I'm home. I stand in Baltimore and I am home. Okay. LA Night chance. What is there in Baltimore, said Dr. Lucha Lala. Well, a decent reaction for him, to be honest. I haven't returned home a king or a champion. I don't stop. I don't give up. I don't know how. I didn't have a famous dads. I didn't have a tribal chief. Well, LA Knight says pretty soon he'll have his own meme coin. And you know someone at TKO just went, OTC coin. We've got an idea. We've got an idea. We've got $1 billion idea, OTC coin. Ah! Mate, that's going to be live within the next 5 minutes. Flipping OTC coin. Jesus Christ, LA Knight's just giving them like $1 billion idea, keys to the kingdom. I'm now surprised. I'm surprised there isn't an OTC coin. It's a great point. Kids, get your OTC coins now. They're just $1,000 each, but everyone's getting them. And they're so going to go up in value. Oh, and you lot would buy them. You lot that love throwing up the ones in the chat. I'd imagine you'd race into WWE shop right now. They would sell. They would sell. They would sell. Ah, oh, it's going to happen, isn't it? Oh, would it even be a good idea? I don't know. What about if you did have coins and you bought coins in wrestlers, and if they get released, the value obviously goes down, but if they're main eventing and everyone loves them, the value goes up. Oh my God, there probably is something to it. Okay, Jimmy's come out, by the way, but I'm still thinking about OTC coin. Are you telling me that you guys ain't going to come looking for me? Okay, yeah, Jimmy's like, yeah, no, we're not interested in you. We're too busy making OTC coin. Ain't got time for you. Oh, now we got another Uso coming out. Oh, my God. It's like buses. Wait ages for a bus, then flipping two come along. Days, LA Knight is from Hagerstown, Maryland. I live an hour west of Hagerstown, Maryland. I live in Cumberland, Maryland. If you go east of Hagerstown, Maryland, you're about an hour away from Baltimore, said Christopher. Thank you, Christopher. I feel like I know that area very well now. Okay, Jay in the ring. Let's see what Jay has got to say. Oh, the crowd. Oh, my God. The crowd are like, oh, run it back, run it back. Grow up. Let me talk to you. Let me talk to you, says Jay. That's pretty fun. What my brother is saying is right. I told you over and over. Solo's on his own. Jay's looking pretty good at the moment, actually. I'm out here for one thing. I'm not out here for an apology. Is out here for some LA Knight coin. I'm better than you, says Jay. I put your ass out of the King of the Ring tournament? Oh, I don't need you to acknowledge Roman. I need you to acknowledge me. Oh, I'm sure that's going to happen. Oh, yeah, I'm sure that's happening. Oh, I'm sure LA's throwing up the ones. If I'm honest, it's a compelling offer. This is where you stick up the middle finger. I don't know if they're allowed to do it. Okay. I acknowledge you can kiss my ass. Should have been a middle finger, man. I acknowledge you can kiss my ass. Takedown there by Jay. Shots coming in. He's unloading on LA. LA now on top of Jay. Bang. Jimmy with a super kick. Family, business, the Usos. Oh, Jimmy's actually still being quite a nice guy here. Jay isn't. No, we don't need the chair, said Jimmy. We don't need the chair. Jim might be too soft, mate. Might be too soft. You're not strong enough for this family. You need to go in the Partridge family. You need to go in the Brady bunch. This is the goddamn bloodline. Bang! Chair shot across the back there by LA. Down goes Jimmy. Down goes Jay. Here's Jacob. Here's the werewolf. Tongan death grips in. Yeah, what's Jimmy doing? Needs to go to a little girl's party. Yeah. This is real men stuff right here. We do this, said Jacob. Okay, but there we go. It's all fireworks. It's come to blows. Jacob coming down, saving the day. Jimmy didn't want to do it. It's very interesting, isn't it? Jimmy didn't want to. Jay did. Tongan death grip. Okay, commercial. That's not a bad segment, actually. I didn't quite know where it was going at the beginning when he was going off about trying to get to Baltimore or whatever. Let's get the poll up, shall we? Do we think that Jay will turn heel on Roman and Jimmy? Don't know. I don't know. I mean, he is turning, but I feel like Roman's kind of moving a bit moody as well. So I can't say that Jay is sort of out on his own. I wanted a bit more time with Jimmy and LA. Yeah, I agree, actually. I think if anyone's standing out to me at the moment, it's Jimmy. Jimmy is, I mean, if you think about Roman at the start of the night, he told Jacob to splash Eric Andre and told him to do it a second time. Do it again. I feel like Roman has already shown that there's a darkness there. Jay has shown there's a darkness there. Jacob has shown there's a darkness there. I mean, Jacob didn't have to come running down and just murk LA Knight, did he? But he did. The one that's really showing anything different to me is Jimmy. Jimmy is the one that's just coming across like a really nice guy at the moment. I wonder if the plan is that Jimmy is being made week after week to do stuff he doesn't want to do. That builds up sympathy for Jimmy. And actually, if we look to launch Jimmy out as a kind of nice babyface type character. Okay, LA Knight segment then. What did you think about it? Oh, very compelling still. I was not bored with that segment at all. Okay. I'm getting sick and tired of LA Knight. Just keep mentioning Bloodline. It's annoying, says Connor. We got to put up with Jimmy Jacob helping Roman, said Darren Guy. Yeah, Bloodline are back. I could see Jacob being the enforcer or Roman's right-hand man, said James. Corey said, I wasn't bored with it. Robbie said, LA Knight deserves better. Triple H hates him. Austin said, I agree. I think Jimmy is the most interesting in the Bloodline right now. Jimmy is trying to keep everyone calm, but they're hot-headed, fighting all the time. Jimmy's a bit caught in the middle. He's the one that I'm keeping an eye on, probably the most. I feel like I know how he's going to react and how the others are going to react. They're, as you said, all hot-headed and going to go off the deep end, and I think his reaction is to try and calm everything down. I feel like a lot of them are getting corrupted by, oh my God, the Bloodline's back. We're back. He's the only one that's not at the moment, so I like it, though, because we said before the original Bloodline with how Jimmy reacted to Sammy, how Sammy reacted to Jay, how Jay reacted to Sammy, how Solo fitted into the equation, how Heyman reacted, like all these different, relationships. is really what made the original Bloodline so compelling. And they've just immediately gone back to that. And for me, it's working. There's a lot of segments here that feel just like classic Bloodline. A lot of these segments could have played out 2-3 years ago. Because the dynamic's very similar, where this person's acting different to this person doesn't like this person, dirty look here, blah, 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 blah. I think they've done an excellent job of just getting us right back to classic Bloodline. Certainly when you think there's a lot of stuff they could have got wrong. There's a lot of stuff that they could have overlooked. I think the devil is in the detail. There's a lot of work in the detail. Look, I mean, look at this. We're backstage now with Jimmy and Jay arguing. Here's Jacob. Yeah, we've gone from 2025 being all about the vision to now it being about the bloodline. People will see that as a step back, but I think it's still good. So there we go. A little bit of arguing backstage. Oh, it's an Alexa Bliss segment now. NXT Origins, this one for Alexa. We've seen this for Rhea and Finn. Blake and Murphy. That's interesting, actually. Yeah, I suppose in a way she was one of the first sort of next in line. NXT homegrown, yeah. She came through the Performance Center. Good. Okay, we go over to Charlotte. Charlotte's taking on Roxanne. It's a bit of a nothing match. Roxanne said she's going to wear down Charlotte, ready for Friday. Get your thoughts in for that segment. We need to get scores up for Charlotte versus Roxanne. That's going to be our next match. Obviously, I guess our main event's going to be Oba against Dominik. We've still got that coming up. Daze, are you going to invest in Usi coin? Said Smurfy Tunes. It's a great shout. I can't, though, unfortunately, because I'm fully invested in Maxine Dupree coin. I think if you get in now, when she joins the Vision, I just think that you're going to see increase in the numbers. I think that stock's going up. I don't know what they've got planned for her in the Vision, but it's got to be better than what they've been doing. So I've gone big on Maxine Dupree coin. Yeah, I don't know that I've got much more I can invest in Usi coin. Charlotte has stole her robe back from Danhausen, said David. I want Bliss to leave her already, said the one. Do we think Jay has got his time for a good 2 years, that now they want to give Jimmy something to get his teeth into? Maybe Jimmy is a new Sammy. Yeah, I do think, actually, that they want to give Jimmy some... I don't know how big they're going to go with him. I'm not going to say Jimmy's going to be a world champion. But I do think that... I think even Jay and Roman probably want to, you know, help Jimmy in a way. Because if you think about it, like, you know, Roman's obviously the biggest star we've got. Jay had his moments. I could sort of understand them feeling like, you're up now, Oos. We're gonna do some, you know, we're gonna focus on you now. I could totally believe that he's gonna stay quite nice, quite relatable. He's going to be put in some dodgy situations where he doesn't want to do some stuff. And yeah, I mean, that's a bit like Sammy, isn't it? Where Sammy was being asked to beat up Kevin and he just didn't want to do it. And then the Bloodline were like, well, you're not really family then, if you're not willing to do what we need. So we could see, you know, Jimmy being tested a bit. I mean, obviously, it's a lot to read into, you know, just a few segments. But yeah, I could buy it. I could believe it. Okay, so we are heading to this next match. This is going to be Charlotte's against Roxanne. I know we're past the Jimmy talk, but what makes Jimmy the most interesting is he keeps trying to keep the bloodline from going back to how they were. But Jay and Roman are just stuck in their ways. I like that, Austin. I agree with you. RTX said, why do we think WWE keeps avoiding doing Hell in a Cell? The last one they did ended up being a match of the year. I don't know, to be honest. I mean, I can't really say because I've not heard any word on it, but I think that if you do Hell in a Cell, it should be serious. It should be a serious match of the year contender. Who's to say they don't have plans for Oba Brock to be Hell in a Cell? And if they've got a plan for that for SummerSlam, then maybe you don't want to do it just like a month or so before, you know? So it could be they've got plans to do Summer. Obviously, we don't know about that at the moment. And I think whenever you do it, it should be really significant. Because as you said, we've done it before and it was a match of the year contender. I don't think that you should just go, let's do Hell in a Cell. You absolutely could have done Seth Bron Breakker Hell in a Cell. But I wouldn't do it if you've got plans for Oba Brock Hell in a Cell. Roxanne goes down, rolls to the outside. So it's a hard one to answer until we kind of get the full picture. That chop was brutal, mate. I thought she took Roxanne's head off for a second there. Roxanne against the barricades. She's getting flipping chopped all over the place. Roxanne ducks underneath. Grabs Charlotte. Charlotte's arm gets smashed into the ring post. Roxanne stomping away there at Charlotte. Roxanne again has got the arm and she is working on the arm there of Charlotte. Comes down on the arm. Okay, let's get rid of this poll so we don't get too confused. Bless the gear maker of this Roxanne set, said Alex. TJF said, Daze, Hell in a Cell, at the end of a feuds match, there is no big enough feuds to do it. Well, I think the argument would be that Seth and Braun, if that was going to be their feud ender, might be big enough to do it. I think Oba Brock, you could make the argument that's big enough for it. But I agree, it is a special match that you shouldn't just throw out there. It's got to be, you know, a big feud. It's got to be something that's got a lot of significance to it. Like the Drew CM Punk thing. Okay, LA Knight segment, you lot said was good. 93, you weren't blown away by it. Okay. I thought it was watchable. Do you know, the numbers actually aren't brilliant for tonight's Raw. Iyo Raquel, good 96. Gable Rusev, good 98. LA Knight segment, good 93. We're not dealing with, like, you know, great segment, great segment, great segment. To the outside goes Roxanne. Works on the arm again there of Charlotte. Charlotte down. Roxanne against the ropes. Goes over. Liv is obviously at ringside. So is Alexa. 7 and 6. Nice. Days after Sami Zayn is finished with Cody. Would Sami ever want to consider rejoining the Bloodline? Spoke about that. Austin said, I think Alexa goes heel, to be honest. I think the fans are starting to like Charlotte, and Alexa is way better as a heel, in my opinion. I think it's best to go heel Alexa, babyface Charlotte. Days, I don't mind the Bloodline story being revisited, but when it gets to a point that it's taking up so much TV time, so much creative effort, it's frustrating how everything else can feel insignificant, says Big Time. It's hard though, isn't it? I don't know how you dabble with the Bloodline. Part of the success of the Bloodline was the investment that was shown in it. It's not just they come out for a segment and that's it. Like, you know, they do kind of get sent on missions. They do come out. There are backstage segments. So, yeah, that's tricky. Maybe the balance isn't quite right. Everyone's going to have their own opinion on that. But I think if you do the Bloodline, it's very hard to not properly do the Bloodline. I think part of the success was some of those backstage segments. You know, when Roman was in the dressing room and like Sammy was trying to get in there and he was knocking on the door, Usos would come out and they'd have a word with Sammy and they'd be like, yeah, not right now. Or Heyman would come out. You know, you'd have a Bloodline segment, but then you would do those segments as well. So I think if you're doing Bloodline, you got to do Bloodline. Whether there's a bit too much and the balance isn't quite right, that's for everyone to make their own minds up with. Okay, we're back from commercial break. Right now, Roxanne has got the arm there of Charlotte. Roxanne is... sit-down powerbomb there by Charlotte. Going for the cover too. Kick out there by Roxanne. It's quite distracting, that drumstick sponsor, the way it curves round. Fight me, B-word, says Charlotte. There's no need for such language. Chop coming in again there by Charlotte. Charlotte, big boot there by Roxanne. Roxanne again charging over, goes round, takes down Charlotte. Oof. She kind of planted her there. Going for a cover, two. Kick out there by Charlotte. Kick out by Charlotte. Roxanne looking a bit exasperated. She's trying to get the arm here. Roxanne all over Charlotte right now. Okay, Liv on the outside, offering some words of advice. As Charlotte is trying to break this hold, stomping away there on Roxanne. 1, 2, no joy, kick out. A little bit sloppy. Chop coming back there by Roxanne. I mean, that did not have anywhere near as much behind it as Charlotte's chops. Roxanne's chops here are quite cute, actually. And actually, even Charlotte's reacting that way. She's like, no selling it. She was in the corner as the chaps were coming in. She was like... Right now, she grabs Roxanne. Oh, kick coming in there by Roxy. Roxanne trying to get Charlotte in the corner. Charlotte goes up over to the outside. Big boot there by Charlotte. Roxanne down, middle of the ring. Liv is coming round. Liv pushes Alexa into the ring post. Don't know why she did that because it didn't distract Charlotte. Okay, I don't even know that Charlotte's realised that Lexi's down. Kip up there by Charlotte. Gets back up to her feet. Roxanne down. So Liv's dealt with Alexa. I don't think Charlotte even realises. Charlotte's got an issue with her hand here. I don't know what she's done, but yeah, this right hand is buggered, isn't it? Woo! Woo! What has she done to the right hand? Going against the right. I don't think she's playing possum. Oh, clothesline. Well, she did just do a clothesline with it. Big boot there by Charlotte. Going for the cover. 1, 2. Roxanne kicks out. Is Alexa still down? What was the point in Alexa getting smashed into the ring post? Charlotte still doesn't know that that's happened. Is Charlotte going to notice, like, where's Alexa? Right now, she's just, like, telling Liv to leave her alone. Oh, that distraction allowed Roxanne to gain the advantage. Bottom rope, middle rope, moonsault. Springboard moonsault there by Roxanne. Kick out there by Charlotte. Roxanne. Can't believe that didn't result in the finish. Benito said, are they teasing Fatu, Eric, Andre at Mania? I don't think so. I'm not in any desperate need for him to come back. They got him on TV. They got to promote his show. Here we go. Looking for a figure 4. Looking for figure 8. There's Alexa. She grabs Liv. Liv goes down. Now Alexa gets in the ring. Don't know what we're doing. Okay, she's turned it into a pin. 2. Shoulder up there by Roxanne. Okay, kick to the midsection there by Roxanne. Roxanne against the ropes. Pop rocks. Whoa, no. Goes over, goes down. Figure 4. Figure 8. There it is. Looking to bridge. Oh, it's in. Ah, she's got a tap. She's got a tap. She's got a tap. She does tap. Tappity tap tap. Tippity tap tap. Charlotte gets the win by submission. That was a sloppy ending, said WrestleRants. It was a bit of a sloppy ending, to be honest. It was a bit of a sloppy ending. Okay, yeah, I mean, she's still got her arm like that, so I think she's probably done a little bit of damage. I don't think it's going to be anything that will keep her out of the match on Friday, but does seem to be a bit of damage to the right arm. Okay, there's the young OG. He's obviously in action on Friday. The young OG. Oh, we're going to hear from him, apparently. Okay, even now, Austin Charlotte is just not checking on Alexa. Alexa checks in on Charlotte all the time, saves her and helps Charlotte. Charlotte wins, but with Alexa's help, says William. What was Alexa trying to do? I think it was meant to be maybe like a small package. And what you do is you push them so it reverses the pin. You know, like I think maybe small package, Roxanne's trying to get Charlotte. And so what you do is you roll them over like a ball, and then it means that Charlotte's pin. I think that was the spot. But that was just not what they were doing. So she kind of had to come in and sort of push Charlotte, and then Charlotte had to sort of try and get into a pinning position. And then Roxanne kicks out anyway. Match goes on, gets to the figure 8, and we wrap things up with the figure 8. So, you know, whatever. I mean, the match didn't matter. It was all about the cake that was on display. Let's be honest. We're all friends. Let's be honest. We was all staring at Roxanne's ass. It's all time. It's all time. That's what it gets from me. That's the official Wrestling Daze rating for that match. And you lot are sat there going, "Oh, what was that? What was the match was sloppy? Blah 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 blah." What match? I didn't even notice there was a match. So there we go. Okay, Ethan has come out, but I have officially took my headphones off. Alexa made it sloppy. Austin said pervy. Indeed. Iran are playing well. Let's go. Big fan of Iran. Let's go, Iran. Yeah. They've opened up the straight to my heart. That's what they've managed to do. I didn't like them 2 days ago, but they're back in my good books now. Oh, they managed to score 1-1 so far, half-time. What reaction did they get in the Los Angeles Stadium when they came out? Oh, because there ain't going to be no Iranian fans there, are there? So, I mean, I've got to think there's probably a lot of locals that are going to be there. What reaction did they get when they came walking out? What reaction did they get when they scored? That's what I want to know. Okay, Fanatics Fest. Just being advertised. This is how both teams are setting up. We're not sure if Iran would be playing at this World Cup, but they are here. New Zealand said it's all about the football. Some fans said football should unite. Yeah, whatever. Apparently, if USA finish second and Iran finish second, the next round is USA versus Iran in the World Cup. Could you imagine? Could you flipping imagine? Okay, Javon then making his way down. Let's get bouncy, said Flame Fist. We're getting bouncy. Yes. Last game was Saudi against Uruguay. Yeah. There's only 2 other games today, apparently. France, Senegal, Iraq against Norway. Those are the only other games today. Then, of course, the main event tomorrow. Okay, Javon in the ring then with Jackie. Her name's Jackie Redmond, but she's wearing pink. Jackie Pinkman. Hey, Jay. I know you watch him. I'm going to keep it short. I'm going to keep it sweet. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Bouncy. Logan. Wow. There's a surprise I didn't need. I mean, his arm's all messed up. I can't imagine he's going to be wrestling anytime soon. We've come with life-changing news. Oh, Logan's here for Javon. Javon's a bit confused. I'm confused. What's going on? Listen to me. Okay, Logan says Javon is a generational talent. Are they trying to get him for the vision? Are they trying to recruit him? Is that what we're doing? We're trying to recruit Javon. You're a killer. Oh, they're trying to recruit Javon. Oh. Yes. Oh, this will be great for your career. Join the vision. That must be so tempting. Oh my God. Wow. That must be like the LA Clippers trying to recruit you. So tempting. Hell no, said Javon. It wasn't an invitation. That was a mandate. All right, Logan tells him, no, you are in the vision. Okay, Theory stepping up to Javon. We're not asking you, says Theory. We're telling you. Okay, Javon's got his wrestling gear on. Okay, it looks like we might be getting Theory then. Theory, Javon. Well, I don't hate it, actually. I don't hate it because I feel like if you'd said we're going to do Theory versus Javon, like, before this show started, I would have been a bit like, But the way we've actually got to it, you know, we want you in the vision, he turns it down, starts getting heated, we do a match, like, yeah. You could still do Javon Theory. There's just a better reason, a better explanation as to why we're doing it now. So, Logan on the outsides. And the Bellas sounded. I don't know if we gone to commercial break, have we? Yeah, that's weird, isn't it? The match starts and we go straight to commercial break. But Theory with Javon drives him back. Do we think Judgment Day bad luck will continue with Dirty Dom? Well, I think so. I mean, I'm guessing Oba gets the win, but there is a chance that Brock's going to get involved. FU Logan chance breakout. Restaurant said, I'm down for this impromptu match. Wasn't me Theory being taken as a crazy man when Logan was out, and now we're going backwards. What are we doing with him, said Austin. Right now we got Javon with the side headlock there on Theory. Manages to get him down to the ground. Theory on a knee. Okay, Javon against the ropes. Yeah, I mean, right now you got Javon in the ring, you got Theory in the ring, and the fans are chanting at Logan instead about how much they don't like him. Kip up there by Javon. Drop kick there by Javon. Theory goes over in the corner against the ropes. Javon grabbing him, looking for a chop. Javon has got Theory. Theory going over the other sides. Javon with another chop coming in. Again, Javon. Uppercut there by Javon. The show was going to get a 7, but now it's like -2, said Jared. Oh, Jared, are you struggling a bit? To be honest, I mean, it's a weird show because we've got like scores that have really dipped down. We had a real hot open. Everything that's followed, according to you lot, has just been good. This is not a bad show. I wouldn't say it was a bad show. But there's nothing that's really been able to follow up with that Roman Open, you know. David said, Dom wins when Lesnar's daughter F5's Oba. Oh, you think the daughter's coming in? Let's go. Big Nigs Gaming said, can we please update Oba's old NXT render? The t-shirt machine was a two-pump chump. Is that a thing? I feel like that's a really good put down. I kind of want to use it on Tommy. You're just a two-pump chump. Two-pump chump. Big Nigs, I think you've introduced me there to a new catchphrase that I enjoy. A two-pump chump. I've never heard that before. I have never heard that before. Yeah? Just so you know. Thank you. This boy is bouncy! I'm a 2.5 pump chump, said Frankie. Okay, Javon in the ring as we got the Fireflies out. Suplex there by Javon. Iraq, Norway tomorrow. Where's Joe Hendry, said Guitar Crow. We were talking about two pump chumps, and you immediately go, where's Joe Hendry? That's disrespectful, Guitar Crow. That is disrespectful. Right now, we got Javon going up. We still got Oba Dominik to come, of course. Lands on his feet, goes back, charging over in the corner. Straight into that middle turnbuckle. Right now, through the ropes goes Theory with a big clothesline. Javon goes down. Yeah, I mean, I never think it's a great sign when Fireflies come out. It's not a great sign that the crowd are, like, really captivated. You know, instead, they'd rather just grab their phones and wave them around and do that instead. I mean, it could be that someone started it and someone went, oh, that's fun, let's do that. But, I don't know. I don't know that it's a great sign for this match. Right now, we've got a backbreaker there to the Young OG. Down goes... Okay. All right, they're singing the Fire Logan Paul song. And actually, Theory goes over and puts his hands over the ears of Logan. Or the Fire Logan song, I should say. Okay, Javon is still down at the moment. Theory is in control. Okay, shot coming in there by Theory. Javon goes down in the corner, slumps down in the corner. Got a knee in the side of the head. Good work here by Theory. Javon's still down. Javon hasn't got going yet. Okay, Logan comes over. Theory is up. Oh, I don't know what he's doing there. He's doing this. It's a little bit sexy. Okay, Javon might be starting to come back into this now, and it kind of needs him to be honest. Shots coming in, and they're counting away as Javon is letting his fists fly. Pop, 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 pop. Gets down on his feet. Theory slumps down. Javon gets the ropes. On that, oh, he got caught. He got caught. Gets dumped to the outsides. Dumped to the outsides. Looks like we're going to go to commercial break. Theory has always been good in the ring, but the fans just never took to him, said Maggie. Can we fire Logan, said Connor. Theory's just boring, said Jeremy. The show hasn't been too bad, said Dean, but there has been moments where it's been a bit sloppy. Connor said, when's Bronson Reed expected back? There's no update on that. He did say the other day on social media, man, you lot miss me. So, I mean, he has commented recently, but no word on when he's going to return yet. So, we've gone to commercial break. I suppose we don't need loads of time for Oba Dominik. I don't think it's going to be a long match. Back in the ring goes Javon. It's going to be a big main event, though. Is Brock going to make his presence felt? Or is Oba going to qualify to the final of the King of the Ring? It could go either way, to be honest. It really could. Okay, right now, getting back up, down goes Javon. So, at the moment, Theory in control, Javon being kept grounded. Headlock being applied at the moment by Theory, so Theory very much in control. So, Corey says, I don't know if Theory has got the speeds to go toe-to-toe here with the young OG. Okay, going against the ropes. Back elbow there by Theory. Going for the cover. 2. No joy. He gets up. Shot coming in. And again, unload him. Crowd are very, very quiet here, though. Very, very quiet. Okay, Roxanne, Charlotte, you lot did enjoy, and I bet you did. I bet you did. I've got a feeling this might not have been scored on technical ability, But I can tell you that it has managed to pick up a great 65. So there we go. Great 65 for Roxanne. Literally for Roxanne. I think Roxanne on her own managed to achieve that score. Okay, I think we'll be back from commercial break now. Javon trying to get back up to his feet. Caden said the Iran team came out in the second half and they were met with massive boos. Wow. It's probably not a great surprise though, is it? It's probably not a great surprise. Kicks coming in there by Javon. Javon over the other side in the corner. Theory comes in. Bang! Shot coming in there by Javon. Theory goes into the corner. Okay, Javon, top rope. Big cross, huge! Blimey hell! That looked great. That crossbody looks so good by Javon. Look at this. Bang! He does that, doesn't he? When he jumps, he's like... Oh, no. What? What's this? Hey. What the hell's that? Hey. What was that? What was he doing? Oh. 1, 2, Javon down. I think Javon wasted a bit too much time going, hey. I don't even know what he's doing. I've never seen him do that before. Okay, right now we've got Javon down. 6 spot from Theory, said Wrestle Rants. Okay, Theory goes to the outsides. Do you think we've just forgotten about Dominik Oba or something? Because we've only got about 15 minutes left, you know. Perhaps we're just not going to bother. Perhaps this is our main event. I invited you to join. Distraction. Javon gets caught from behind there by Theory. Theory gets back out the ring. Spawny Boy said gas prices are still around $6 a gallon in California. Well, they should come down, shouldn't they, in all fairness? But, I mean, it's going to take a bit. It's going to take time, I heard. What would have been nice is if the Iranian team came out and they had backpacks on with, like, you know, like where they fire T-shirts, but instead they just shoot gasoline into the crowds. And everyone can be there with, like, containers trying to catch some. Because Iran's got loads. So, do you know what I mean? They could have been there, like, shh. And everyone could have been like, quick, get a cup! Get a cup! Blooming cup worth's about $10. Get some more. Have you brought? Get your bag open. Get your backpack open. That would have won over the hearts of everyone if they'd have done that. Might have been a fire hazard. I'm not sure. I haven't thought it through. Javon goes up looking for the... Oh! Bron Breaker. He wasn't looking for Bron Breaker. He wasn't looking for Bron Breaker, but he found Bron Breaker. Oh, my God. Jeez Louise. He went to do the OG cutter, and as he landed, Bron Breaker was in the ring. And he flipping marked him. That was an anti-aircraft missile, says. Oh, here's the Profits. Profits coming down. Corey said it was an anti-aircraft thing. I wish we had a better clip of that spear, said Grog Vlogs. Here's Montez. Here's Dawkins. Wow, Dawkins is looking good, isn't he? Look at Dawkins. Look at the dork. Look at the dork. Yeah, Montez in the ring. Dork in the ring. Fast hands, man. Dawkins, the big dorkster. Bang, down goes Theory. Knee there by Montez. This is, I mean, like, Bron Breakker's on a collision course with Seth. I'm not sure he should be getting murked here. I suppose Logan can't because he's injured. That was sick, actually. That spear from the OG cutter was sick. Looked really good. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, well, there we go. We got some vibes. As the Street Profits made their way down to make the save. We'll see you next week, said Dork. Yeah, oh my God, I forgot actually. Undisputed WWE Championship match this Friday. Do not miss it. Don't you dare miss it. That's this Friday. Guys, we're going to be live. I want you to know we're live. We're going to be here doing that. Might get a new champ. Cody, the 2-pump chump Rhodes. Might have his championship reign come to an end on Friday. It was a big mistake. Eric Andre made a big mistake. Obadom isn't happening, said Brony. Brock is going to attack before the match. Oba gets pins. I love it. Let's keep having Oba take pinfalls. Well, he's already took one now. It doesn't matter anymore. Let's have everyone pin him. Let's bring back Nicholas. He can do it. James Ellsworth can have a go. Nicholas can have a go. Might as well let Corey Graves have a retirement match. Adam Pearce can have a go. Okay, we're backstage with the Optic. Here's the Optic. Here's Jacob. Did you handle it? Yeah, handled. The twins aren't happy about it. They don't understand you, Jacob. I need one more thing. What's he saying? What's he saying? I couldn't hear what he said. I think he said, you know that you've got your fingers all wrapped up like that? Can you tickle my balls? I think that's what he said. I don't know. I only caught a few words. Okay. Main event time, said Angel. 4 5-minute match incoming, said Jojo. Get him, said Corey. Okay, there's Byron. I heard kill him. Oh, I'm not sure you want to do that to your balls. I'm not sure that's done. I think we heard different things. Jay's back out there. Okay, what's Jay got to say? Yeah, how are you going to focus about your semi-final match? Let me tell you this. There might be family drama. I'm knocked off LA night. Bye. I'm the original gangster. I'm going to bounce your little ass right out of this tournament. That's the Oba Femi impression. This is the best thing Jay's done in ages. And it's during commercial break. Oh, 4 letters, 1 word. King. Not ye. King. It was good. It was good. I like the little walk. And that is so Oba, isn't it? You know, when he comes down to the ring. Okay. 1 more segment to go. Jacob could attack Oba to prevent him from winning King of the Ring. Stop him from coming after Roman. It's a possibility, said Steve. It is. It is a possibility. It is a possibility. Would that set up Oba Jacob for down the road? I'm not down on that. Probably should go through Jacob if you want to get to the OTC. But then when does Brock get involved? Jay's walk's better than Oba's walk, said Kader. Yeah, next week we've got a special start time because we're in a very special place. We're in Uck. We're going to the Uck. World Tag Team Championships are being defended next week. It's going to be Bron Breakker and Theory taking on the Street Profits in the Uck. Okay, there we go. Bailey, Lyra, take on Scream Mode. Paige will get a good support in London, obviously. Here we go then. Dirty Dom. Dirty Dom. Wrestling Daze said, Daisy said that he's been trying to reach out to him about his car's extended warranty. Is that what he needs him to sort? Checks out. Makes sense. Okay. Javon versus Theory. Did you guys absolutely love that match? No. You gave it good 92. The streets are saying not enough cake. That's what the streets are saying. Not enough cake. If Javon had his ass out, you would have absolutely loved that. Dom, Oba them. Get ready to strut. R.I.P. Dominik, says Connor. It feels super predictable, which obviously makes me wonder, is it that predictable? Which way is this going to go? If Oba gets eliminated here, that's a major talking point. Of course it is. Okay, Dom in the ring. Dominik in the ring then. Oba. 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 We got Oba chants ringing out as our main event is about to get underway. The crowd are ready. I am ready. You are ready. Here we go. Yeah, there ain't loads of time here, so whatever we're getting, it's going to be short. I think Steve's Jacob shout is really interesting. Unless that's setting Jacob up for something on Friday, you know? I need you to make sure Jay gets through. Well, let's have a look, shall we? How's this going to go? Here's Oba. Look at him. Bloody hell. Look at him. He's bigger. He's getting bigger. That silhouette looks so good, but Oh, but here he comes. Making his way down. They cut to the fans. Literally not that many people are doing the strut. We're cutting to people in the crowds where they're all like this. Oh, God, stop being losers! That's what they're doing. You're part of the show. If you're going to go to the show, you're meant to do this. Or Jay. I'm meant to do... It's on TV! Don't need to be capturing footage. This universe is full of ass clowns. Got one job. One job. It's meant to be like, he comes out and then we do a split screen and you do the... Do you know what I mean? I love WWE. Oh, what you love about it? Oh, I love going and just getting my phone out and just filming it. Oh, really? Well, why don't you become a cameraman then? Yeah? How about that? When I grew up, we all dreamed of being wrestlers. You lot are growing up dreaming of being cameramen. Flipping losers. I got really upset about that, and I don't know why, really. Doesn't matter, does it? Okay, Oba's in the ring anyway. We can get any bad taste out of our mouth now by witnessing a murder. And that is what we should be about to witness here. Okay, Oba in the ring. Dominik getting in the ring. Let's go. Bell about to sounds. We've got like a minute. I mean, there's no... Bell is sounded. Dominik gets straight out of the ring. Crowd start booing. As Dominik goes out, regroups there with JD. Dominik's got his hands over his ears. Oba in the ring then. Dominik again on the outsides. Yeah, I mean, he must have a game plan. There must be a strategy. It's hard to see what that strategy is. Maybe plant some explosives under the ring or something? I'm not sure. I think I would have slipped something in Oba's drink earlier in the day, resulting in explosive diarrhea. It's the only thing I can think, really. I don't think Dominik's done that. Getting back, Dominik in the corner, having to regroup again. Dominik on the outsides. Dom's still covering his ears like he was a child, said Trollface. Roman's definitely told him to eliminate him, said It's Scal. Okay, right now on the outsides, we got Dom. He's pacing around on the outsides. He's trying to get back in the ring. Oba's in there. Dominik looking to come over. Oba looking for a test of strength. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't make any sense for Dom to engage in a test of strength with Oba. Dominik again going back in the corner. Trying to come over. Pushes Oba. Dominik again straight out the ring. Oba out after him. Oba on the outside. JD running. Drop kick. Okay. Well, he landed a drop kick. He's now going to go over the top. That screams mistake. Yeah, no, that was bad. That was bad. That was bad. Dominik goes straight over the commentary table. Okay, JD in the background is trying to sneak up on Oba. This was your plan. Okay. There we go. JD goes in the crowd. JD just runs. JD's gone. We're never seeing JD ever again. Dominik's in the timekeeper's area and he is grabbing the ring bell. That's going in his boots. We've seen him use that before, actually. Shot coming in there by Oba. Dominik at the ringside area. Dominik getting thrown back in the ring. Oba climbing up, getting in. Oba in the ring. JD's back. He gets murked. That's no problem. Low blow! Low blow! He has got a weakness! His dong! Ah! He 619'd him in the dong with the ring bell! Ah! The hammer! He's going to beat him. He's going to beat him. I knew it. Every man has got a weakness. Bang! There we go. One! Kicks out at one! Oh my God, punching him in the dong doesn't even work. Oh my God. Run, Dominik. Run. You can't hammer a man in the dong and then see him kick out at one. That is so demoralizing. Right now, Oba has got Dom and JD. They both go down. Oh my God, this is a nightmare. If you invested in Dom coin, this is a nightmare. Ah! Colliding into JD and into Dominik. He's wrecking them both. JD goes down. He manages to get back to his feet just so that Oba can collide into him one more time. Here we go. Beginning of the ends. Hurls Dominik. Dominik goes down. Here we go. Here we go. Picks him up. Fall from grace. 2. Oba gets it. Oba wins. Oba advances. Oba is going to the final of King of the Ring. No Brock. No Jacob. No curse from Danhausen. This is Oba's world. I mean, like, he tried a low blow. He kicked him in the dong with a bell hammer. He still kicked out at one. You can't beat Oba Femi. You can only survive. We might be looking at our next king. Well, there we go. It's going to be Oba, Jay, or Javon. One of those is winning King of the Ring. A lot of people dreamed of Dominik Liv, King and Queen. We're not getting that. One match, and then the ruler will have his crown. What do you think? Oba, Jay, final. Bloodline interfere. That then puts Oba in the bloodline orbit. Oh, is he talking to Brock? I question if you're even a man at all. Do you duck forever? I am the ruler, the destroyer, the bringer of war. He did conquer you, though. I'm the future king of the ring. When it's all said and done, I will be king. Well, Oba Femi then with a message to Brock Lesnar. Oba. Yeah, he said he was surprised that he didn't show his face. He said he was surprised he didn't show his face. I must admit, I was surprised he didn't show his face. I think we're all surprised he didn't show his face. So, a message there to Brock. We don't stop watching until the show ends. The show has ended. So, there we go. We now officially stop watching. Well, let's quickly get a score in, shall we? Show is all right, says Willow. It's all right. I've seen better. Match score. What did you think about Oba Dominik? That was pointless, said Robbie. Jay winning King of the Ring means Cody is beating Gunther again. Take care, everyone, said Lone Star Friend. Lone Star Friend, take care. Trust and believe he's going to show at Night of Champions. Sonny, hello. I hope you're doing well, buds. Shout out to you. Oba, said King Notorious. Benito said, I'm not a fan of Oba being immune to chair shots or blows, but I will say that wrestling has got more than one royal family, but it's not Rhodes. Jey Uso will beat Cody for the WWE Championship. Cody had a built-in storyline. Imagine Bloodline with 2 world champs, Jacob and Big Jim in the middle, said Wrestle with Andy. It's more likely that Brock shows up at Night of Champions, says Kyle. Having Oba as King of the Ring is too big to pass up strike when the iron is hot. It does feel like King of the Ring is set up for Jay to win. He's been a jerk. He's been acting like he's been too important and would have to face his old partner Cody. And I wonder if it goes that way, said Steve. Yeah, get your scores in, get your thoughts in. What did you think about this show? We can read a few messages. We do need to get to the breakdown. An update on the ticket situation. VIP is 300, but for Raw, it's 1,500. VIP for SmackDown is 300. That's really good. What do you get for that? I'd do SmackDown for 300. I know the show is SmackDown, but there's still obviously big names on the show. They might not be using them as well as Raw, but 300 VIP. What do you even get for VIP? Raw, 1.5. That's such a big difference. I could believe Raw being 1.5 and SmackDown being 1, but SmackDown being 300 for VIP. That seems really good. Do you get like any meet or greets with that, Henry? Connor said, I'm going to rate this a 5. I enjoyed the Bloodline segment. I'm looking forward to Seth Braun Steel Cage. Well done to Oba on advancing. Daze, I saw an Iranian flag in the crowd. Do we think WWE has got the message now that the fans don't want Jay in the main event? Especially now that he seems to be neither a face or a heel. Maybe what Nick Khan said was true. What did Nick Khan say? About no reaction. Well, he said that no reaction was the worst reaction. So, I don't know. What kind of reaction is Jay getting? I mean, he is getting yeets and noise and people want him to run it back. So, to be honest, he is getting a reaction. I mean, it does feel like Jay has got to be... I think if you're a casual fan, you'd say Oba's the favorite. If you're a hardcore fan, you'd probably say Jay is the favorite. Oba's talking about Brock. I agree. It feels like the table is set for Brock to cost Oba in the final. Jay wins, doesn't really deserve it. Then goes on. I don't know. Does he face Gunther, though? I mean, Jay Gunther have got history. Jay beat Gunther at WrestleMania. So this would be a rematch of that. And this would allow them to kind of tap into that. Equally, Jay Cody is a match that you can obviously get your teeth into as well. But then how does Sammy fit into this? Because Sammy and Cody seem to be around each other's orbit. So trying to figure out what SummerSlam looks like is a little tricky. Don't know. I must admit, I quite like not knowing where it's going. I quite like, well, it could go this way. Yeah, but it could go this way. We could do this as well. I mean, we could end up with Jay Gunther, Sammy Cody, Brock, Oba. I don't know what Roman would do. Don't know who would go after Roman. Maybe Seth? I mean, perhaps Seth Braun at Night of Champions ends their feuds. And Seth's then free to go after... I mean, if Oba's going to do Brock, then do you do Seth Roman? I don't know. I mean, you can do that. Everything we just said is logical and you can get to it. But equally, you could go a completely different way and Cody could stay champion. You do J Cody. You know, you could absolutely do that. I still don't know who faces Roman, though. I mean, I'm guessing it would be Oba Brock. But then there's a chance that Oba wins King of the Ring and we do Roman Oba. We could do J Cody, J Gunther. We could do Oba Roman. I don't think we would do Oba Cody or Gunther Oba. But you could do Gunther Oba. I don't know, man. It's tricky. I think there's a lot of options on the table. You get a meet and greet with 3 superstars and you get to walk around the ring and entranceway. Henry, I'd have no doubt whatsoever I would do VIP SmackDown. VIP SmackDown for 300s means you get to see a WWE show. Might be fine, might be good. I mean, like, I think SmackDown has been a bit better recently. Granted, I think you might enjoy Raw a bit more, but the price difference with VIP tickets, one is $1,500 for VIP, the other's 300. And for 300, you get to meet 3 superstars. You get to walk around the ringside area. I feel like that's amazing, actually. For 300, I feel like that's a steal. That strikes me as quite good value. Obviously, you don't know who you're going to meet, but I don't know, man. I'd be really tempted with that. I'd be really tempted with that. Let's go down. Let's see what other people are saying. I'm looking forward to the 12-hour detailed analysis of Raw. I think all the stories have given us little glimpses of Bloodline. King of the Ring tournament is to further Bloodline business, so Jay wins. Jay had a run before and was so slow, unfit and useless, and everyone wanted it to end, said Alan. Denham said, no, it was about how Nick said social media has no influence. We all know, which we know has been BS in recent memory. No, I think generally it doesn't have an influence. I think that it has the ability, if there is a loud, united movement with, you know, a big single voice like we want Cody or we want, you know, our truth to come back. But equally, we've seen big, loud movements like we want Karrion Kross. And that didn't work. So, I mean, like, yes, there are a large majority of people that don't like Jay. But I don't know, man. I think WWE are looking at big global numbers. And I think if you look at the live crowd reaction Jay gets, live crowds love him. I mean, I've yet to see him come out and get booed out the building. I've yet to see him come out and people in the crowd... I mean, they are asking for him to run it back. The difference between what you see online and what you see in the arenas is just mind-blowing. So, yeah, I think that it gives you a glimpse, actually, into a truth that is the, you know, the IWC is just not everything. The IWC is not the be-all and end-all. I think it's very easy to believe that what you see online, on Twitter, with, you know, downvotes, not that is the opinion. But I think the truth is, if you had access to the numbers that WWE have access to, and you was able to see, like, you know, section breakdowns and merch sales and data from around the world, I think it would show that Jay is very popular. And that people online that are watching at home, on X or whatever, the hardcores, they obviously don't feel that with Jay. They don't care for Jay. But there's a lot of kids, man. There's a lot of casual fans. There's a lot of people that tune into wrestling every once in a while, and they'll be like, I really like that Yeet guy, you know? And I bet, like, if you're a hardcore fan, you're going to feel a certain way. But if you're a kid or a casual, you're probably going to feel a different way. And WWE have got to look at that as a bigger picture and figure out, you know, what the right way forward is. And if WWE decide that Jay and investing in Jay looks good and the numbers say this is the right way forwards, I have to believe there is something to that, yeah. And I think the fact that I can look week after week after week in different arenas and see the reaction that Jay gets, it's hard for me to sit here and say they're making the wrong choice. They're making the wrong choice for us and, you know, the IWC, because, you know, we don't want it. But I don't speak for everyone. No one speaks for everyone. I've got to think that WWE have got some data, some numbers that say this is the right thing. So, yeah, I completely agree. I don't think they care for what the IWC say. I think he is telling the God's honest truth when he says that. I think he is being very, very honest. If we do meet and greets with 3 superstars, you get to walk around the ring. You got to do it, man. Yeah, I think it's great. Denham said Jay isn't doing the fan-involved entrances now. He's not giving high fives to fans when coming to the ring, which is confusing. I think his character is confusing. I think we're seeing, Austin touched on it earlier, I think we're seeing some characters that are embracing a darkness and are starting to enjoy Bloodline of old. And I think Jay is in that boat, yeah. I think Jay is in that boat. And we might start to see those reactions change. But at the moment, the fans are still wanting him to run it back. He didn't. They asked him to run it back when he got in there with LA Knight, and he didn't. But, you know, I think we could start to see some change there. I could see this bloodline slowly making their way back to the bloodline of old. But I think, as Austin said, the one person that seems to be resisting that at the moment is Jimmy, which means watching Jimmy is quite interesting. Everyone else seems to be going back to how things were. Yeah, interesting. Right, we need to do the breakdown, don't we? Let's get this. So 49, 36, 10, and 5. Robbie said if they book solely on numbers, they would push Danhausen more. His outsells everyone not named Roman, Cody Punk, therefore he should be in a world title contention. Well, Danhausen was all over this show. There was a backstage segment with Danhausen. There was a video package that showed his influence and impact with the Knicks. And then, you know, during commercial break, he also came out. So I would say that, you know, he is delivering really strong numbers. And the character that he's got is a comedic character who has been brought in for that purpose. And they are using him extensively. I mean, you know, they've got him really involved with the whole Knicks thing. He's been appearing a lot on ESPN. I mean, this is not someone that sat in catering that we're wondering why they're not doing more with him. He's someone that is being used and is being used for the exact reason why they brought him in. So I don't think, like, it doesn't mean that if you are a top merch seller, you're automatically going to get world title opportunities. I mean, what it means is that you are going to get TV time. It means that you're going to be involved in big angles. They're clearly setting something up with him creating some sort of monster, which is going to be the kind of next phase for this story. So, I mean, he's going to be ever present on TV. But, you know, they've kind of cracked the code with him where he barely wrestles matches, let alone has world title matches. He barely just wrestles matches, full stop. But because he is that comedic character, which I think WWE have needed a bit of a refresh with, and he's getting regular TV time, of course, it'd be stupid to not do that. And they're using him also really well outside of the WWE bubble, you know, sending him to different shows, getting him involved. I mean, I won't be shocked if he gets involved with the World Cup. I won't be shocked if he kind of finds a way into that now that the basketball has ended. But I mean, no, it's not that he's like absolutely killing it. Let's put a world title on him. It's a case of we've got something that's working here, so you know you give him TV time, and he's getting it. That's my point, though. They're too reliant on numbers. Numbers are not and should not be everything. Why go back to failed experiment? Literally no one asked for this, said Robbie. Yeah, but WWE, obviously, if you put yourself in creative, you're sitting there. It's hard to know what the overriding opinion is from people because you've got a very passionate opinion. But guess what? So has Barry. He's got a very passionate opinion. And so has John, and so has Mary, and so has Barbara, and so has Sharon, and so is this person, and this person, and this. But everyone has got passionate opinions. What WWE has to try and do is figure out what's the right way forwards. How do we use these superstars? Who's popular? Who's engaging with the crowds? Who's moving the needle? And they're looking to try and use those people. And I do think, whether we want to accept it or not, that Jay is in that bracket. He is one of their big stars. I mean, the whole Yeet thing has not gone away. It might not be that they've put a world title on him. It might not be that, they tried that experiment and it just didn't work. But it doesn't mean now that he just goes off to obscurity. He's still one of their big stars. He's still a notable name that shifts merch and glasses. And, the Yeet still gets a great reaction. There's a big pop when he comes out. So I don't know that he's about to win a world title. He might be about to become King of the Ring. And he might get a title opportunity. I don't know that he wins that belt. He could get to SummerSlam and fall short. But I think that him being kind of around the final and being in the mix is something they feel is the right thing to do right now, because numbers will say that he is a horse that's worth backing. So, it's going to come down to people's personal opinions. If you don't like Jay, then you're going to be horrified that they're doing this. If you like Jay, you're going to love the fact they're doing this. And I think there's a real split between hardcore fans and IWC and the kids and the casual fans. And this is one that people are not going to come together on, This is why you look online, you get one reaction. You look in the crowd, you get a completely different reaction. But it's undeniable that he's still one of their top stars, that he's still a big name, maybe just bubbling underneath the world title picture. I mean, I wouldn't say that he's CM Punk. I wouldn't say he's Roman Reigns. I wouldn't say he's main event in WrestleMania, right? I wouldn't put him in that bracket. But I do think if he's going to be in a King of the Ring tournament, I can see him, getting through round one and advancing, depending who he's up against. I'd fancy him to get past Javon, for example. And then if things go to form, he should lose to Oba. But then this is where storyline comes in, so Bloodline might get involved. And if Bloodline get involved and they take Oba out of the equation, Jay advances. But the real story isn't that Jay advances. It's that Roman has just now got himself a big, big problem because Oba Femi is now going to have Bloodline in his sights. And that might be how you bring Oba into the Bloodline orbit. So, yes, Jay benefits, but he could go to SummerSlam and lose. But actually what you've really done here, if Jacob gets involved, is you've now got Oba setting his sights on Bloodline, and that might be how we get to Oba Roman eventually. So, I mean, it's so hard to know exactly where they're going at the moment because there's so many moving parts, but it can have big repercussions more so than just Jay wins the world title. Robbie said, I don't like Cody or Jay. Denham says, Barry and John and Mary and Barbara and Sharon's opinions, they matter. To be honest, they're the only opinions I really care for. I keep asking for feedback and I just wait for Sharon and Barbara and Barry and John. And they've yet to send in a message. So, I live for the day when I hear their thoughts. But I'm going to go share my thoughts now in the breakdown. And then, of course, we're going to do opinion video. I'm going to hope that Sharon gets in touch. So appreciate people joining us. Hope you got something from this episode of Raw. Didn't think it was a disaster. Don't know if it's been as good as recent weeks. But, I thought it provided something. But, yeah, I'm going to do the breakdown. And then, of course, we'll be back with the opinions video. So thanks for joining. Appreciate it. Don't forget, we're back tomorrow as well with NXT and we'll see you again